Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and our Freedom Friday show. I'm David Sponheim, and I hope you're able to get a signal here. If you can't, you can always catch our show at americasthirdparty.com directly. We sometimes have lag on one of our networks and less lag on another network. Things are happening. Trump is still under pressure on the issue of Russia. He can't seem to get out from under it, and he's going into his 11th week here, and people just aren't really understanding why he's still beleaguered with the Russian issue. Well, the real problem is Trump won't answer any questions with a straight answer. He's all over the place, and bringing in Devin Nunes to the White House last week was a breach of ethics, in my opinion. If there is an objective investigation going on under a separate roof of our country's government, Congress's investigation into Russia should not have been something that he would invite in and ask questions about. So I think Devin Nunes should step down because he's no longer objective. Whatever Trump said to him wasn't recorded. Everything seems suspicious, like Trump's trying to manipulate this entire investigation into his involvement with the Russians prior to the election. And somebody said, well, this is not a violation of the Logan Act if you're doing business with Russians. Well, it's not doing business. General Flynn is ready to testify if he gets immunity, and he's going to tell the whole story about the cabinet trying to manipulate sanctions. That's right, sanctions that were levied against Russia. Russia was trying to manipulate the election, and there's proof that they've done all kinds of things to do that. And there's proof that Trump's people were in touch with the Russians to try to remove sanctions, which is a gross violation of the Logan Act, period. Sometime in April will be my birthday. Yeah, so April's my birthday month. Thank you very much. I'll be turning 57. I care. I care about Russians involved in our personal lives. Cairo TV, Brian, we can't validate anything you say here because there's so many people spoofing us and pretending like they're Cairo TV. But if you want to write me a letter explaining why you didn't respond to my last email to Natasha Chen, feel free. My email is in your system in Natasha Chen's email box. Just send it back to americasthirdparty@gmail.com and we'll talk. There's a lot of problems with what you did. All right. A lot of you want to have fun because you worked all week, Yay! But life isn't that simple. 1,292 geisha girls. We got more women watching on their 4K TV in Osaka. Hello, ladies. Enjoy your break before evening. Actually, it's morning time for you. You had a big evening last night, I'm sure. The geisha girls love me in Tokyo and Osaka. It's great to have you watching us. I don't know why you like me so much, but it's good to have a viewership like that. A lot of things wrong with what you're doing right now, sir. You're out of here, buddy. Somebody pretending to be Cairo TV. What I'm doing is taking your news and basically dealing out better information. More solid information. You can't do a good story. I had 40 minutes recorded by Cairo TV and they wouldn't even show it. They got rid of the original footage because I'm too marketable. I'm too winnable as a potential presidential candidate. So working together with other newspapers to try to target me as some sort of a racist is not good journalism, sir. You're out of here. Vaughn loves to fool people, really? I didn't know. I do know that Vaughn is making money censoring us on a nightly basis. I do know that Vaughn has bought 2 cars recently with all the money he claims is coming from VIP basic packages. Now, I'm going to ask everybody in the chat room at Vaughn, do any of you pay a monthly fee to be a VIP basic member and not have your VIP status showing here? Anybody? Because Mark claims he has 318,000 new viewers paying $9.95 a month. Do you? No, you would have. You guests can't answer. Guests aren't allowed to answer. Yeah, see, nobody's doing that. So what he said was wrong. 318,000 VIP basic accounts don't exist. And I said to him, if you don't have real names attached to those VIP basic accounts, then you created dummy accounts and sold them to somebody. 318,000. Not 318. 318,000. No, Stephanie, sorry. Change the subject. All right. Yeah, that's what he said. He told me that in an interview. BlogTV.ca doesn't exist yet. It's still in a launch state. So we're wondering why that didn't happen. I was expecting to get on there and offer a lot of venues for people to chat over there, and that's been DDoS to hell. Are you looking a gift horse in the mouth? Okay. All right, so Trump's White House struggles to get out from under Russia's controversy continue. Not much else going on here. Michael Flynn is offering to testify before Congress in exchange for immunity, and Neil Gorsuch is still fighting to get nomination approval. Okay, let's go to Neil Gorsuch and see what that's all about. Stephanie, please, I told you you're going to be muted now. Don't talk that way. I'm a winner. I'm a fantastic winner. Senator Claire McCaskill to vote no on Neil Gorsuch. Cloture. The cloture rule may be ensued. Without getting too complicated here, let's just assume that he's got about a 50-50 chance of getting the nomination approval. It's amazing how they nominated Betsy DeVos, and then she ended up bribing Donald Trump with $9.5 million in donations, which is illegal. And Donald Trump hasn't been charged with bribery, like Rod Blagojevich did when he tried to sell the position of the U.S. Senate seat of Barack Obama. Remember that? Blagojevich is still serving time for that. Yet nobody's charged Donald Trump with bribery. I mean, it's weird. And she has no experience in any way in education. Hey, you just got banned too. All right, keep your conversation about politics. Vault 7, Part 3 leaked last night after we went to bed. Nothing we didn't already know. And the last Sioux will be winning the Ecuadorian election this weekend, so Assange can conveniently disappear because his purpose has already been served. Misanthropy, yeah. Assange is probably dead. There's no evidence he's alive. The interview with Sean Hannity could have easily been faked with CGI capabilities. So unless Julian Assange goes out and meets some famous person and talks on camera with a handheld camera, we don't know if he's fake or not. But one thing we do know is the government, hey, Hong Kong fan base, thank you for coming in and checking in. Appreciate it. We do know that the federal government in the U.S. has the ability to print up money recklessly. So they could easily buy WikiLeaks. They could easily buy Anonymous. They could hire every hacker in this country and give them lots of money and literally have control over the entire undernet or alternet or darknet. And that's exactly what the government's done. They bought up YouTube. They bought up Google. Google bought up YouTube. Google is owned by In-Q-Tel. Larry Page and Sergey are not big owners anymore. That's why they created ABC.xyz. But what really happened is Google is controlled by basically our government, the NSA. And so does Facebook have ownership of by the NSA because the major owner of Google, In-Q-Tel, happens to also have an agreement to purchase Facebook advertising. And it turns out Google is a half owner in Facebook. So they own Facebook too. And I wouldn't doubt the CEOs of Reddit and Twitter are under their control as well. When Reddit and Twitter banned the word Pizzagate, the whole world was like, why are you banning a word in a country dedicated to freedom of speech? We have a lot of discussions to do. We can't meet, no. 2,900 invite you to Osaka? Well, thank you for offering, ladies. Hello. I'm not going to be able to make it, though. I'd be instantly swarmed with women touching me. I couldn't handle it. Be too exciting. Oh yeah, I know. A lot of men fantasize about that. I don't. Okay, so we've gone over the news. Let's talk about Pizzagate. What's new with Pizzagate? Well, luckily we can talk about it. Okay? We found out a lot of weird things about locations that John Podesta has in Sonoma, California, which looks very suspicious. Something that's been tracked over time. Aerial photographs show what appears to be a complex built underground next to a place he calls the Chicken Pizza Museum or something. Yeah, so all these allegations about Podesta hasn't gone away just because Alex Jones announced that,
I want to say that I'm very sorry for bringing up Mr. Elefantes and John Podesta.
I mean, just because he pretended like he... I don't even want to talk about Alex Jones. That was last night. But when you look at the location where the Sonoma County location that John Podesta owns, a lot of things pop up, questions that just don't make any sense. Let me bring up a video that a young man put together on the internet. His name is...
All right, well, I've got another huge report for you.
Jay Noir.
And I also have another message for the viewers, but I'm going to push that to the end because I know a lot of people don't want to watch that.
Okay, just so you know, Jay Noir has the original stuff on this. But I'm going to go directly to the interior of this, and he shows a series of time-released pictures outside of the location that's Comet Pizza. Excuse me, of the Pizza Mansion, it's called. Elefantes West Coast location. This is about as new information as I can bring you right now. But take a look at this.
This is from 5/6/2012, and if you'll see, I'm putting the date up because it's real small on the bottom of the screen. And you can see that now there is more construction going and buildings added off to the side. Okay? Now we're going to ease into the 7/12/2012 image. And you see even more construction going on here. And it looks like, I don't know, beforehand, you know, in this being in California with those like kind of tarp situations on the top, it kind of looked like somebody might have had a grow room out there or something. I'm just guessing, I don't know. But the next image, it looks like, okay, that grow room or whatever it was with the tarp over it could have been something with construction happen under it because now there's like a roof on that. And
huge.
then going into 4/20/2013,
these are like
there's still construction happening.
Like 2-3
and then the
acres.
next image that Jamie has sent to me is from 4/27/2015.
Covered up. Look at that.
And look at this image. This is the exact same place that I just showed in the video yesterday.
So what are you hiding, John Podesta? Yeah. What is underneath that dirt? That's what I want to know. Everybody wants to know. Even dead people.
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay. Yeah.
When I talk, that's because I'm interested in this ongoing, whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
Okay. All right, so we talked about it. We can move on now. Every night we feature a section on our show talking about the ongoing evolution of the story about child pedophiles in Washington, D.C. and in Hollywood. Because those are the two areas that seem to evade prosecution, and those are the most areas of abductions in the U.S. So it's a very strange anomaly to see the highest number of abductions, children being abducted in Virginia, yet the fewest amount of pedophiles being arrested in that state. All right. And then there's a story that came out recently about John Podesta having invested rubles. Yeah. Podesta's company paid 1 billion rubles from the Russian government. There's a Kremlin connection in the 2016 election, but it's not, you know. The fact is, Podesta seems to be involved in some shady deals. Trump seems to be involved in some shady deals. It doesn't matter what party, the two parties are both involved in some shady deals. They discovered that Podesta didn't file 75,000 shares that he'd received from a Russian oligarch as part of his tax return. which is a big, big, huge red flag. But investigative reporter and author Peter Schweitzer went on Fox and Friends to discuss Kremlin influence on U.S. politics and how the Clinton camp was in bed with the Putin regime. Absolutely. In no way should we preclude discussing the Democrats and how they were involved with Russia. So really, our country is facing Russian contamination of our political process. All the more reason for a third party. Get Russia out of our politics. Thanks for that, MJS. It's not getting ignored. No, I'm just as concerned about the Democrats being corrupt as I am the Republicans. You people don't realize I'm a third-party candidate. You just don't get it. You think I'm somehow, by contesting Trump, I'm somehow helping Hillary. Hardly. I don't want either one of them, and never did, as president. So when Alex Jones recanted everything he said about Podesta and Alefantis, it was obvious to me that the shill was activated and they simply ordered him to make it look like it was going to go away. It's not going away. I pull more viewers than Alex Jones. And this show is an ongoing investigation in and of itself. We have people bringing stuff in like Alice Liddell, who was a JTV star. She has contacts all over the internet that bring in very interesting stuff. She showed us some pictures of the Vatican last night that were very, very strange. Yeah. Really wild stuff. The Vatican, it turns out, looks like a giant snake. 5 things, yeah. Let's see what this is. Let me pull up the Vatican, hang on. You know, I'm running pretty heavy here. I'm going to have to get rid of a few things. I have to lose some stuff on my board. Sorry I have to do this, but it's necessary. So, ongoing discussion. No, Sarah's around. She'll be in later. I don't think Trump even knows how deep the crap he is in. Yeah, this guy, Alice showed us this Vatican picture that was just so amazing. The exterior of the Vatican, it looks like a serpent's head. Yeah, the Vatican. Yeah. I'm not
here, and once again, you're joining me here.
I'm not going to, mince words here. Let me just show you what he uncovered.
A boa constrictor's head. It's my position that that's what this building is modeled after. All right, I'll tell you how I get to arriving at that. I only have 15 minutes, so I have to go through the chase.
The head of a snake here.
It's my position that that's what this
it looks
building
just like this
is
Vatican.
modeled after.
You see that?
A boa constrictor. A boa constrictor.
A boa constrictor.
It's my position that that's what this building is modeled.
And then he takes you on this tour of the inside of the Vatican.
A glass design.
And you look at it and you're going, wow. So this really is, the picture is exactly what a snake looks like. And then he shows you how in the Vatican there's no cross. There's no evidence of a crucifix. Isn't that amazing? Is it a Mayan serpent? Yeah. So this is an amazing video. I'm just going to give you the link to this. But Alice is really helping us kind of look into this whole weirdness involved in the Vatican. How they have these strange... Thank you. Strange images. So we learned a lot last night, and we had a lot of fun just finding new stuff out. Okay, this historic Holocaust survivor confronts Trump's ICE director, and he says history is not on your side. Very cool. We had a minute and 55 seconds to watch this. Thank you, chat room.
I was hauled up by the Nazis. And for no other reason, I was picked up and separated from my family, who was exterminated in Auschwitz. And I am a survivor of Auschwitz and Dachau. spent 5.5 years in concentration camp. I spent 5.5 years in concentration camp. For one season and one reason only. Because we picked on people. And you as the sheriff, who we elected as sheriff of this county. We did not elect you as sheriff of Washington, D.C. It's about time you serve the people here. And when this gentleman stands up there and he says he doesn't go after any people, he should read today's speech. Because in today's speech, the Supreme Court Justice of State of California objected to ICE coming in and taking people away from the courts. Don't tell me that this is a lie. You stand up here, Mr. Jones. Don't forget, history is not on your side.
Wow, that's good. Yeah, and they have every reason to be very, very concerned. In every situation, ICE is moving in and doing unnecessary searches of homes. ICE is doing what Hitler did with the Gestapos when they went after Jewish people. Now, this is something that none of us can sit back and just ignore. Thank you. That was a great video. I agree with you at 312. The primary component of ISIS is propaganda and controlling our minds. We talk about that on our anti-war rally tomorrow. ISIS is being used as a tool by our government to preempt wars, to get us to get more into wars, to fight terror. I'll share the link. Here it is. History being made, everybody. History is not on your side, Mr. Trump. We in Japan await our general election. Are you sure? There is the link. They use fear as their weapon of choice, politics. Yes, we are all in agreement here on this. Now, that's not funny. I'm going to purge your statement. You're so hateful of Muslims. You know, we support freedom of religion in America, unlike Donald Trump, who's going against the First Amendment, and Gorsuch as well, who won't even make a comment about it. When talked to in front of a House nomination or congressional nomination committee, he actually said he wouldn't comment on whether the freedom of religion, as it applies to our First Amendment, was being violated with Trump's immigration ban. Clearly they are being violated. So I want to make sure we don't have jihadists running around, arming up, putting explosives together, and building weapons caches. But in no way am I going to impinge upon the rights of individuals who are Muslim to pursue their religion. Now, if they're invoking Sharia law in their community, they'll be punished with U.S. law. You can't invoke Sharia law. If it's reported, and there'll be a hotline to report this type of abuse, it will be prosecuted. If you kill your wife, for instance, and your community says, well, she did look at that man in apartment number 4B, therefore she should die according to Sharia law, you would be prosecuted for murder, murder one, murder in the first degree. You could serve the rest of your life in prison. So we need to make a clear message to people who are coming to this country trying to practice politically altered views from the Islamic world. But religious reasons to come here, absolutely, you can pursue your religion. That's my official view. All right, government scraps national insurance hike as questions raised over... You know, we're not dealing with UK politics here, man. You keep bringing it into the show. I think you're getting a little angry, 836. Tone it down a little bit. Thanks. I know there's a difference in the entire political focus of Islamic people to impose their laws, but in no way can we just turn them down because they practice a different religion. I will say this, however, Islam is the only religion on earth that is intolerant of others, and they want to kill other people who don't agree with them. That's a problem. But you could say that was true about the Catholic Church and the Inquisition as well. I would never quit this show. This is fused into my whole circadian rhythm. I'm part of the show. Good evening. Hold on just a second. We have a person pretending to be somebody he's not. There we go. All right, so when you ask yourself, why did the Vatican turn away countless Jewish people that came to their doors during World War II? Why did the Vatican turn away all of those Jewish people that are looking for a safe haven from the Germans and the concentration camps? Because the Vatican didn't care about the Jewish people. They cared more about the German Zionists, the Ashkenazis. Okay, so let's get this clear. The Nazis were Ashkenazis. They want to be Jewish, but they're not Jewish. They executed all the Jews, okay? The Nazis killed the Jews. Now, Donald Trump's enterprise mostly are comprised of Ashkenazis. Did you know that? Okay. Well, that's why a lot of people are concerned that maybe Trump is doing the same kind of thing that Hitler, the Ashkenazi Hitler, did. Okay? Jews will actually go against their own people if it means money, especially in relationship to the Ashkenazis. So, that's what we're really dealing with. The people that aren't even bloodlines to Abraham are the ones that are giving Jewish people a bad name. And that's something that's serious. Hang on just a second. No, I'm just going to close this. I'm good. You keep going. Cool. Yeah, anyway. Let's take a look here at the Trump video that really kind of says it all. Some guy did some research on the Trump enterprise, and he couldn't believe all the Ashkenazis that were in Trump's enterprise. It's like, whoa. Yeah, look at this. Trump is the swamp. This is from Truth Media. I'm just going to go right into the meat of it here.
There is absolutely no doubt that Donald Trump is supported, owned, and operated by the Zionist Jew power structure. It is a verifiable fact. It is a fact the mainstream media and mainstream alternative media alike will dare not touch. Anyone ignoring this fact and not exposing this is either incredibly naive or bought and paid for to sell you disinformation. Donald Trump is absolutely surrounded by and has appointed psychopathic neocons and Rothschild Zionists, yet many are in delusion and denial, largely in part due to their desperate desire for a savior, and this is what the elite have counted on. It is through this desperation and demoralization of a collective consciousness, sick and tired of a corrupt system and government, they were able to once again pull off another dog and pony show and manipulate people into believing that once again, things could be different this time. Through the obsolete and meaningless system of voting. Hope and Change 2.0. Unfortunately, this is just another case of meet the new boss, same as the old boss. President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Travis Kalanick, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Calico, donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Kowalski, Deputy Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Charles Kushner, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Jared Kushner, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Yael Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Orthodox Jewish convert.
Okay, so, yeah. The Zionists are working with the Vatican. They have one intent, and that's world global domination. So the Zionists, who are not the official real Jews, are the ones we have to be concerned about. Now, this is not against Israel. I take the word Zionism and apply it to modern times, not the state of Israel. It's no longer just the creation of a state of Israel. There are elements that don't want just a state of Israel. They want global domination. Okay, here's the proof. The Independent has a story. Trump missed his main target in Yemen raid that killed 30 civilians and 1 U.S. Navy SEAL. Trump never apologized for this in his State of the Union address, ever. Trump ordered his first military raid on January 29th with one secret objective: to capture or kill an al-Qaeda leader and recruiter who ultimately survived the strike. Now, Trump painted this as a big, huge success. It wasn't. He killed 14 innocents that we know for sure. He claimed there were 13 official terrorists there, which we can't verify. One of the innocents was an 8-year-old girl. So if you people don't get your act together on the Trump side and realize that he ordered the death of innocent people, then you just don't have what it takes to understand this. These are not enemies. It's an 8-year-old girl got blown away. Yeah, just deal with it, dude. You're so xenophobic about hating on any terrorist. I'm looking at chat, Misanthropy, yeah. I just have, a lot of things on my mind right now. Obviously, I have to do some, house cleaning on occasion. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to have to ban and purge our show. Yeah, so I'll do a little banning to, clear the chat. Let me just clear the chat so everything's kind of on an even plane here. Let's talk solutions together, please. Yes. We can talk about Saudi Arabia. Yeah. But we're talking about Yemen and Donald Trump ordering the death of 14 innocents that we know of. And then you and Frankenstein said, no, that's fake news. And I just give you a link and you seem to not know how to go to a link and read it. If you get your head out of your ass, you'd understand that your president is no angel, okay? Just realize it. So, in lieu of this, I've got one person I've got to have to ban here. Thank you. In lieu of this, we want to make sure that everyone understands that I control the chat board. I'm in control of the horizontal and the vertical. Not you. Deedledum, I told you that is not something I'm going to allow if you keep going there and doing that. If you want me to read something, just keep reposting it every 5 minutes. Not one single letter in each line. A lot of negativity because everyone knows that Donald Trump right now is under the crosshairs of an investigation into Russia that's getting more and more serious as time goes on. If you're concerned about the quality of our broadcast, perhaps you should eliminate yourself from the chat show. Hi, welcome to the show. A. Frankenstein created a monster. Your revenge upon the liberals will never succeed. Sorry. It's creepy. Creepy. All right, we can talk. Just give me questions and answers. We'll go right to the heart of the matter. How come you're not out having a party right now, enjoying the end of the week, going to happy hour? Is there a happy hour in your area or what? Happy hours have kind of gone by the wayside as the cost of food went up. It used to be you could buy a well drink for $1 and sit there and eat food for, at least 2 hours. I doubt there's one person in here who's even gone to happy hour. Jimmy Buffett vibes, yeah. Ain't nobody happy at the bar. That's when they, yeah. Well, you're back. Well, we'll see if we can take care of you. We'll give you what you need. $0.10 each for happy hour wings. That's not bad. But they're charging for the wings now. In my day, they didn't charge for happy hour wings. They were free. Happy hour is illegal in Indiana. Prices are required to remain the same old day long. Are you serious? They've made happy hour illegal in Indiana. That's so funny. Stopping the capitalist system from working. It's just not right. We have a better choice. Happy hour, not happy whore. I never kissed a man friend at a happy hour bar or anywhere. The cumulative IQ of the chatters here tonight would be 112 on a mean differential, averaged out. You're doing pretty well. No, she doesn't know about you. All right, well, let's move on. Yeah, I had to deal with that tragic attack earlier. Globals. You know, I'm against globalism, and I think one of the big differences between myself and Donald is he is in favor of globalism and globalization. He basically supports Henry Kissinger. In fact, he's got K.T. McFarlane to do his bidding. Kissinger has a woman, a very fairly attractive woman, an older woman, kind of running the show there in the White House right now. Stephanie, we talked about you. You remember, you were not exactly a normal person, so you've been banned. Hey there. Okay, let's move on to the next story, because obviously that's boring. I mean, who wants to look at the inside of the Vatican? It's obviously a snake. Now, there's almost certainly a connection here. I'm going to give you James Comey's personal Twitter account, according to Gizmodo. Yeah. Everyone was wondering if James Comey was going to be a problem. Well, he's turned out to be the biggest problem in the entire election. Even Donald Trump doesn't like him, and he appointed him as the director of the FBI. What an idiot. I told Trump to get rid of James Comey from the FBI directorship, but he didn't listen to me. If only he did everything I said, Trump wouldn't be in this hot water that he's in. And he wouldn't be cavorting and collaborating with Russians. But this is almost certainly James Comey's personal Twitter account. Now, I have not read this, but if you want to, you can read it on your own. 22 shell lands 4-year-old 7-day school suspension for a 22 shell in community in a school. Was it like show and tell day? Some people believe that the giraffe is not pregnant, it's just fat, and it's a big April Fool's joke they're setting up. The giraffe has not delivered a baby yet, folks.
Like, how long is the gestation period for a giraffe, or do they know?
We don't know. It was a very pregnant giraffe, though. Everybody's watching it online. All right. Let's see if we go there, and we'll close this tab. I'm just trying to clear this out because I've got 100% access here. See what's happening?
Yeah.
And there's something wrong with all of this stuff in here, so I got to clear it out.
Thank you. Keep going. That does help.
It's lightening the load. Yeah, look at that.
Yes, thank you, politics. My second name does have an emote. Prepare for entertainment. Okay, maybe I'll see that later.
I'm not going to worry about that one. Okay, getting rid of a few things here that we don't need. Nature animation, we didn't need to go there. Okay. Media silence, we'll get rid of that. Okay, I think we're back on track here. 96.89. All right. What do we stand for? We stand for stopping war. We want legal weed, even though Sarah's never smoked it. We are in favor of a balanced budget with a pay-as-you-go plan. We want to end war overseas. That's what tomorrow's anti-war rally is about. We are against forced vaccinations, but we acknowledge the benefits of some vaccinations. We want to limit the use of genetically modified organisms as they apply to Roundup. We want to stop chemtrails. We want to end the fluoride in our water system. And we want to help Japan clean up Fukushima. So that's something that we stand for, and in no way do I want to make you think that we're part of a two-party system that won't even talk about those things. All right? Now, Sarah and I just differ on certain issues that I just brought out, but we still, want to see an inquiry into what this stuff is. Well, we need to help Japan because Japan can't solve the problem. It's still leaching radiated water into the Pacific Ocean at a high rate. It's not going to be healthy for our world here in America if we don't help Japan deal with the problem any way we can. The fact that Obama and Trump haven't done anything really substantive implies that they aren't really that serious about helping Japan. Now, it could also mean lightening the load on Japan's financial burdens as the global economy begins to shrink, which we can help with in many different ways. John McCain's North Vietnam broadcast. Really, that's rare. I would get married, yeah. Sarah and I have talked about possibly getting married in the Rose Garden at the Oval Office. Deedle-dum, hang on a second. This is your last warning. I'm going to actually purge you next time if you do this again. We support proper treatment of classified information, of course. I just can't verify if anything's classified at this point. I'm not a person with any top secret, capacity, so what we get on the internet is just completely unfiltered at this point. Well, maybe I never will get married. It's not such a big deal if I don't get married either. I'm not here to live for you so that you'll feel better about me. Yeah, well, the Ukrainian war may not be a decoy. Russia seems to have strong interests in retaining control over Ukraine. All right. So a 22 shell lands a 4-year-old with a 7-day school suspension because he brought a shell of a 22 gun in his class for show and tell. You want to talk about that story a little bit? Not really. Okay.
I mean, if you want me to.
No.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, let me just put it on the screen real quick. She's going to put the link away. Link management is a big part of our show, but yeah. This 22 shell lands a 4-year-old 7-day school suspension. You see stuff on news like this. A 4-year-old boy was suspended from his Troy, Illinois school for a week after one of his teachers discovered he had a spent shell casing. I don't know what to say about that, other than he gets 7 days off and he doesn't have to go to school. $1,249 an ounce now for gold. Still kind of strong. $18.22 for silver. So silver is in the $18 territory now, finally. And the Dow Jones is slipped to 20,663 on the final day of trading. Criticizing Sarah is not acceptable here. You have been muted. You'll have to learn to modify your vocal statements here. You want my body, I can tell. We're looking at a guest chatter. How the heck would we know what your body looked like? And why would we want a body like yours? Was there a song that says, "Do you think I'm sexy?" I don't know.
Don't you think you're...
Don't you wish your boyfriend was...
Don't you wish your girlfriend...
Don't you wish your girlfriend was
hot like me?
Hot like me. That's the song, yeah. Don't you? Well, don't you? Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? That's something a woman would say, yeah. Again, no criticism of our body, okay? That's just completely off limits. If you can't come up with an intelligent political discussion, just sit and drool and look at the monitor. And they'll take you away to the funny farm. Aha, aha. It's not random trivia, no. It's disgusting. House okays guns during church services at religious schools. Wow. So people can bear arms.
Our senior justice correspondent Pierre Thomas joined.
So, I mean, this is almost unheard of. No, nobody's fat, and I'm sick and tired of the criticism. Hang on. We're not going to bother clicking your link. It's probably a hateful video about Muslims. Dr. Meow is our reigning troll who dislikes Muslims here. Mylon expands the EpiPen recall to some devices distributed in the U.S. Not only did the CEO of Mylon give herself a boost of salary from $2 million to $17 million a year, but now their pens aren't even working and they charge 5 times more. Hang on, it's Rod Stewart. Oh, I can't play Rod Stewart's songs. They would monetize me on YouTube, man. You know that.
You're going to rebuild our site. Why don't you rebuild a mock site?
There you go.
Test.yournamehere.com and then send us to the test site, and then we can always send our link to your test site.
Yeah. What the world needs now is more test sites. Wouldn't it be great if everybody here who's a good website designer could make money at Google, $36,000 a year? I'm still trying to sell you on the idea of making Google a company that helps people, as opposed to a government-run social engineering site. Okay, Sarah's here to take over. She's doing a little bit of work putting links away while I talk. You want to rebuild the ATP site? I would trust you with that, Misanthropy. Yeah.
Well, like I said, build it on a different site.
Yeah.
Build what you think that our site should look like, but on like xyz.com or.
Let's say this: Dave, why are chemtrails bad? They're not here to help the environment. Chemtrails, according to some experts, are designed to keep the atmosphere cool as opposed to warm, and it's the opposite. They're claiming these heavy metals like aluminum go in the atmosphere and they reflect the sun. Actually, aluminum oxidizes within seconds and turns black. So there's no reflection up there. And that's a preposterous concept. What they're doing is they're spraying aerosols to try to do weather modification. And that's going to end up in a global climate change, which Donald Trump denies even exists. So we've got a completely inane, moronic president who's denying everything and doing what he's told like a good puppet. Meanwhile, our country gets more and more disgusting. The pollution's worse, the temperatures are all over the place. Even the Arctic region is 20 to 30 degrees hotter than it was a year ago. Okay, there's a war going on between Amazon and Walmart. They're in an all-out price war, and it's terrifying America's biggest brands. Yeah. Grocery suppliers are feeling the squeeze big time because, Walmart, they won't even bring you in unless you drop your price by 30%. You can't even be a vendor at Walmart unless you come at them with a 30% reduction in price. And that's coming from an insider. I talked to a few people that try to sell to Walmart. The Amazon algorithm is beating the prices from other websites and stores. Get the crap out. Okay. Well, I really don't care as long as people benefit, lower cost products. I mean, that's what competition's all about. But if we end up killing the world exploiting labor, that's not exactly good either. We don't support pizza on our show. There's no pizza discussion going on.
Don't you already have this one bookmarked?
Yes. You can X out of all that. Anything related. Yep. You can X out of that one too. That's an article that comes up. People wonder why the FBI knew about Hitler way into the 60s. And I give them this link. This has a full detail of how the FBI received over 200 pages of documents saying Hitler was in Argentina, and the facts are pointing to the idea that Hitler was in Argentina, period, and he was there till 62, and there's the link. You can check it out, and now Sarah can get rid of the link.
I can close it, or do you want me to bookmark it?
It's bookmarked. All right,
All
Deedle Dum, do not do that again. This will be another mute. Every time Deedle Dum does this multiple click thing, we got to mute him.
Okay, what about these?
Yeah, the uncensored MMR fraud.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Have you bookmarked it, or have you not?
I have not, no.
And do you want it bookmarked?
Yeah, it's worth watching, yeah. It's about the dangers of over pushing vaccines on people.
I'm just going to go through 5 of them.
Now, this is a really interesting one about Peter Thiel. See, that's why I don't even open up Opera. I usually just make these things pop up. You can keep everything right there and just make them pop up. But
no, I'm trying to bookmark them so I can close them out so we can get more CPU.
But like I said, I usually don't even have to open Opera at all, which means it frees up all the CPU. But let's talk about this real quick, and then she can bookmark it. Peter Thiel, the secretive Palantir billionaire that works for Donald Trump, he's building the engine of Donald Trump's deportation machine. So much like Hitler had Himmler, Donald has Peter Thiel. A controversy arises over deportations underway. We just saw a very interesting video from a Jewish man who said, you cannot do this again in history. You cannot do what you're doing, Donald Trump. And he survived Dachau and Auschwitz. And he got it in front of everybody and said, you're trying to do this with Muslims, and it will not happen again. But this is the guy, Peter Thiel, the billionaire, who's got a very big company that got contracts to handle the ICE immigration system that we have today. These are all backdoor deals, and this is not pretty, folks. So you're looking at the underbelly of our military-industrial complex as it's hurting people just trying to live their life. All right. This is not Spran hair. This is real hair. And I'll be back shortly.
I'm just going to bookmark it all.
Thank you.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do. So here, I'll just show you guys, because like I said, I am going to bookmark it all. Oh, Control Z, I have to go here. You don't believe the Holocaust survivor? You think he was a liar? Okay, I appreciate that, 312. Because I don't want to work on the website anymore. I should probably talk. I'm adding some tags to this thing about Peter Thiel and the bookmark thing. Anyway, I'm just bookmarking. Bookmark away. That's what I'm going to do today. Okay, uncensored MMR fraud exposed by people behind backs from cover-up to catastrophe. Is there a video on this? I guess not. You think EBT cards will pay for the Mexico wall? What are you talking about? That doesn't even make any sense. Pretty much, yes, politics for dummies. You have the correct, the right, yes, Sarah's almost 40, David's almost 60. Yeah, I think you have it exactly right. 254. Doxed, MMR, whatever that is. Cover up. And then cover up. And conspiracy, maybe? No, I was, how old was I? I was 20 when I met David, and he was 38. David's doing some chopping in the background. I don't really know what he's chopping, but he's chopping something. Yeah, I think he is pleased. How old did David look at 38? He only looked like he was in his late 20s, maybe. So, I mean, he had a good look when he was younger. I mean, he still has a good look. VW's new concept car leaves the internet a little confused. That's pretty cool. Cedric, the bizarre-looking concept car unveiled today by German car manufacturer Volkswagen. Automated vehicle debuted at the Geneva Auto Show, and the internet isn't quite sure what to make of the odd-looking contraption. David probably wouldn't want me to bookmark this, but I kind of like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cedric. It's the first self-driving car of the Volkswagen Group. It's all electric, fully connected and fully autonomous. So Cedric is our foretaste of automated vehicles at their highest level of automation, also referred to as level 5. This means that Cedric performs all driving functions autonomously. It's a smart vehicle.
I got to either find someone to invest in or do it myself. I heard the other day it's going to be taxis or Uber type things, where it's basically they're going to put all the Uber drivers out of business because people would rather get into a car like this than into a car with an Uber driver that you don't know where they've been. I don't think it's that easy to hack into a car, because the thing is that a car runs on a totally different operating system, and cars have 12 or more computers. So you have to hack into different computers to do it. I mean, it's possible, but I think it's not really probable. I mean, yes, that was me. Yes, you have a picture of my early days. I told you. The ugly duckling. That was me in my ugly duckling phase. Anyway, that I really do. Does anyone know of those? Like, there's going to be taxi services that are driverless cars. So if you call up a taxi and you're hailing a taxi, this will pull up. At first, it'll be these will pull up and the taxis will pull up simultaneously, and it will be up to the people of which car they want to take. If this pulled up versus a taxi, I think David would want to get in the taxi and I would get in this. And I believe that millennials will be getting in this, because the thing is, millennials are not going to be purchasing vehicles. Millennials are going to say, what's the point of me buying a car? I mean, there will be some that buy it, but most millennials and their kids will be like, what's the point of me buying a car? I don't need a car all the time. I just need a car when I need a car. I'm not a millennial. I'm not next generation. I'm like in this weird cusp. I'm the bridge between them. I like single payer healthcare a lot. I really, really do. Yeah, so I can speak both the language of the hippies and the millennials. I'm the bridge. I can speak both languages. Because they want everything done for them, and they want everything to be easy, 637. They want it to be super easy. The Sloopy dance. I don't know what that is. No, I'm not practicing that. I don't think I could ever be like that. I'm sure you guys love Sloopy, but I'm like, what the heck? I know you saw it in my face. All right. Have you guys seen there was the Art of Design? I think, anyway, it's on Netflix. And there was one on there about the Chrysler, which I'm not a big Chrysler fan, but they're kind of designing one that's like it's a cross between a driverless car and a driver car, and I see that happening for a while, where you can be like, and it has the same doors, with they call them Bombay doors as the VW. So Volkswagen. Where they kind of pull out like that. They call them Bombay doors. David went to... He went to make dinner. You trade that car in for a treehouse? I don't know why I would I think I trust my technology a little more than some people. This is why it takes forever to bookmark things. It's true. Whatever. Ugh. That's why I was always telling you guys it takes me so long to bookmark. I guess I don't need to really Volkswagen. If driverless cars convert to Islam. Well, actually, that's one of the things that they're talking about. These self-driving cars would be very popular in places like Saudi Arabia and places in the countries that the Muslim countries, because the women aren't allowed to drive, so the women are allowed to ride, so that they can go in these self-driving cars. Thank you, 312. I appreciate that. You checked out americasthirdparty.com and all that. He does not have a foot fetish. Oh, there's lack of men. Okay. Hi, Awesome Carl Show. The real Awesome Carl Show. I am doing very well. No, I never said that, Janelle. Maybe you have one. Oh, the anecdotes about my life. But then somebody will say, why are you giving Eric Caesar so much information? I'm glad Eric Caesar wasn't here that night to tell me I was giving him way too much information. I should just do like an audiobook of my life. That would be kind of cool. Maybe I should write my book while I'm talking to you. Oh, your classes are starting back. This round you have EKG classes in 3 weeks. How many more years, or where are you at in the spectrum of your, or in the whole big picture, Awesome Carl? Thanks, 496. Oh, see, Reagan, that's why I would personally trust a self-driving car than other people. A plug-in to do this automatically? I don't really know. If you can find me one. I would love it. it's similar. I mean, there is Save to Pocket, I guess. I could download Pocket on... I suppose I could do that. But this one makes it public. Delicious. You can still be charged with a DUI if you ride in a driverless car. What, 637? But you're not doing the driving. If you're not in control, then it's not driving under the influence. It's like you're in a taxi. Oh yes, Putin, thank you. And Trump. And that's about it, right? Influence. Yeah, if everyone had one. But I don't think that we're all going to go with everyone having a driverless car. You think I'm buying into the fake news? What's the fake news? Of the Russians? I'm just bookmarking what David has open. How are they going to do that though, Dr. Meow? I mean, basically these cars have the issue is the cars have sensors, and there has been one issue where they have a video sensor, but they said a regular person couldn't see it either because it was from a certain glare at the time. They should have had ultrasonic sensors as well as just video. Yeah, well, we've been together nearly 2 decades. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Reagan. That would be pretty funny. No, if there was driverless drag racing, it would be about the technology that went into it. Yeah, I agree. There are a few years away from... There might be a few years away from being perfected. I would rather have a driverless car because a driverless car could scan. You could have a driverless car scan and say, please take all your belongings, like one, and it could also scan and say, there was something left in the vehicle. It's possible, Dr. Meow, but like I said, someone will really have to want to hack it, and it runs on a different operating system. It's a totally different language than, it's not like JavaScript. I hear these little beeps, but I don't know where they are or where they're coming from. 12 new messages. Let me click new messages. I'll just scroll to the bottom. How about that? Oh, you used to own a gaming center. Wow. All that, and you still can't get a decent internet connection. That's funny. Well, yes, misanthropy, which is why David would never drive one. And why I wouldn't. I would. I know. And this is where David and I always differ as far as the cutting edge of technology. Do you think I'm more right-leaning or more left-leaning? Yes, you could read on your way to work if you were sitting in a driverless car. Yes, I'm sure Uber will riot and burn them, and then they will make more. And I'm sure there are plenty of people that have that preference. There's going to, I personally think for a while, maybe the next 20 years, it's going to be both will coexist, because there's going to be many, many people who will not trust the technology, you know, and only the early adopters will trust it, because the early adopters are like, I'll try anything, which I'm an early adopter, I'll admit. And then there'll be the people that will, eventually there'll be more and more people that jump on board. Yeah, and that's the thing, is people don't trust it, so it's going to take people like me not dying, getting in driverless cars and being perfectly safe, and being like, thousands of trips have been made in driverless cars, hundreds of thousands of trips, and then people will be like, oh, okay, then I'll trust it. Maybe not Frankenstein, but they can get to the taxi place and just wash out the inside. Well, the thing is, misanthropy, people are not going to buy. I will tell you this. I agree with most of you. People are not going to buy driverless cars. No. People just will not buy driverless cars. The majority of people, that is. I will say what's going to happen is taxi companies, and if you find out which taxi company is purchasing driverless cars, let me know, because I will be investing. Taxi companies are going to be investing in driverless cars. It's already happening. I believe there's Uber in certain places that are investing in driverless cars. You want a Jeep Wrangler? A driverless one or a regular one? Okay, what is this? Now I'm just going to go through these and find out what these are that David has. Exactly. I agree with Caesar. And Caesar, I would have to just say with that, don't have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. That's what the advice my mom always said. Just tell them, I refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. And just let people be. You know, they're going to believe what they want to believe. Map defined, Podesta email, and handkerchief signal. Well, David will love this. The honeybee. Oh, it's David. Maybe he should follow her. Do you think we should follow this person on Twitter? Please stop. Thank you. Otherwise, or please continue and I will turn off guest chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. The girl is trouble. I don't want David's name associated with her. I agree with that statement. Would David want me to bookmark her show? That's the thing. David's not really a big Twitter person, so I can just bookmark this. And then that way, just come back to that one. I'll bookmark it. And then David could be like, oh, I was seeing this Twitter feed, blah, blah, blah. And he'll never follow her. I doubt he would. Not that he wouldn't if he knew how. No, that's not true. There was not really 488. It was clear cut in the will that everything went to David. Because David was the one that stayed and took care of his parents. He was very kind, and he totally cared for his parents. And yes, Connie did get some things, like her mother's wedding ring and some other possessions. Not quite Deedledum. Yeah. Thank you, 765. I'll stop talking now. Well, within limits. I mean, certain things cost money, like electricity, so David asks for small amounts of money to cover electricity. Otherwise, she would just be totally sucking off of him. Yes, David does put a lot of work into the show, and he does work all day doing many varied tasks. All right, I'll check our notifications. No, Connie doesn't live here. But she does try to live here. But David says, if you're going to live with me, you need to pay a certain amount of money. Thanks, 946. Oh, huh. It's interesting, Kiefer. Okay, the real Alex Jones. Michael. Alright. Okay. Okay, I'm going to close out of Twitter. David doesn't really charge me for rents. I choose to help David out with finances because it's not cheap to live in a house. I am thinking of gardening this year. I mean, I know in order to really do gardening, I should have already had starts in the ground and all of those things, but I don't know. I'm going to start by getting some compost going because I do have a huge compost system. So I'm going to start by emptying that out. So the Lucifer instrument helps astronomers see through darkness to most distant observable objects. That's cool, but I don't think it's worth bookmarking. David's probably just interested in the term Lucifer. You're Googling me. That's a little creepy. Yeah, that's me too. I actually have a video out there. I told you. Ugly duckling. Can you see the YouTube video of David? Yes, youtube.com/America's Third Party. Oh yes, I've heard of Vivaldi. I have it on another website, on another thing. And I'm not really that fond of Vivaldi, I have to say. Alright, let's see if David has this added already. New for, and what else should we call it? Vatican, Police State, Elite, maybe Elite. Okay. Alright, thanks Deedledum. Do you feel good giving that information out? What do you hope to accomplish? So I'm going to purge you, and then let's have a conversation, because I'm not quite sure I understand. What are you hoping to accomplish by posting that information? Other than signifying that you're kind of a creepy stalker. Well, I don't teach a bunch of brats. I teach awesome students. I teach incredible people, young people. And I love teaching fourth grade in particular, because they're of an age group where, here, I'll just do this. They're of an age, I like teaching fourth grade, because fourth graders still have a great respect for authority, yet fourth graders are they really can do a lot of things independently. It's amazing what some fourth graders can do. Yes, in fourth grade you can carry on a conversation, and they're eager to learn for the most part, and they're really fantastic. Well, except when he lived in a van down by the river, 607. Millennials struggling and get current wages. Now turning to extra jobs to make ends meet. Millennials kind of, I don't know what you're saying, never otter even. No, I'm a teacher not because I became a teacher and thought I might have children of my own. I'm a teacher because I really enjoy teaching, and I really believe that that's a great way for me to have an influence on the next generation. I can outsmart almost anyone when they talk back, but I usually try to do it with logical arguments, and even adults sometimes have issues with that. Oh, you regret majoring in middle level education, so you're at Western Governors Online for your master's in elementary? Yeah, I really enjoy elementary level rather than middle level, it's true. I fortunately, misanthropy, I was able to not take out any loans and pay for college without taking out any loans. It is true that if you work at certain schools for a certain amount of time, you can apply for a discount on your college loan. And I don't know if they do full forgiveness or anything like that. 659, what are you trying to accomplish? I disagree with that statement, those who can't teach, because I would love to see those who think they can come in and teach and follow lesson plans and teach. Because it's takes more than just being a teacher. You have to be able to do many different things and be able to help others do many different things as well. You didn't like any of your teachers, Kiefer? I am so sorry. I really do want to apologize for that. That's funny, 607. And I personally think one of the reasons I like being a teacher is because personally I was good at everything. At least academically speaking, I was good at everything. And so being a teacher, please stop. It's not going to get you anywhere other than me turning off guest chat. You hate when a teacher expects you to get it right, yet reads you the answer. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping all of that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I did really well in college. Your current job is phlebotomy and your future job is as a nurse or in demand. That's good. You know what? I'm thinking about that, Frankenstein. Not because of the money, but because I really found, I've recently discovered that I really like math. Yes, my students are better behaved than the chatters sometimes. Oh, wow. Well, you know, the thing is, it's kind of like tone of voice 273. So I did my share of challenging professors, but I did it in a way that was more like Plato, I guess, or I did it, or Socratic method, where I would ask teachers questions that would I would ask my professors questions that would make them think about what they were asking. Yeah, I don't think only money matters. I think there's a lot more to life than just money. I believe in your passion and things like that. Well, you know, I've been thinking about that, Misanthropy. I really love technology. I'm a big fan of technology. I really, so I might do something with technology, but I am thinking of going back to school to get my master's in basically like leadership, administration kind of thing. So I could possibly become a principal or an administrator someday. Yeah, exactly, Sister Pie. It's like, people aren't going to like you. Hi, Europe. Thank you. 579. Oh, we already do start algebraic concepts in elementary school. It's, instead of X, it's a box. So they start algebraic concepts as early as first grade where I teach. They do 1 + 1 = box. And then so then the introduction to subtraction is 1 + box = 2. And then by fourth grade, I say supplement the box, instead put X or A or B. And I teach it as, I say apples or bananas, or because really it's that shift from numbers and letters. It's just the conceptual understanding is very difficult. The very simple stuff, just talking to you. How do I not get bored? What do you mean? What excites you? What makes you not bored, Kiefer? Yeah, that's what I hear, 371. Yes, exactly. Some superintendents make more money, and that's the The thing is, currently I could make more money if I were just by getting a master's degree, but I figured if I'm going to do that, I would wait, but Kate, so what do you have you have it in K8, so why, but that means you should be able to teach anything from kindergarten all the way up through 8th grade. I don't know, David took more math than I did earlier in his youth, so we'd both be pretty good at mathletes. But I think I have more of a passion for math. It all depends. It varies state by state, Kiefer. So some states want to just put in high school students that pass a background test or pass a background check for their job. And actually Washington State crazily is, I say it's crazy that they're actually considering that. And then they would have one certificated teacher observing all of those teachers. I really think that's a bad idea. So that's already in place in some states, and they don't make as much money as Washington State. So Washington State can start out at something like $35,000 or maybe a little less, and then go if you're full time, and then go all the way up to $67,000, I believe. In Georgia, they get paid about $25,000 a year, and then in some places it's only $18,000 a year. So yeah, I think that's pretty good, Frankenstein. You would hire an 18-year-old farm kid before you would hire 20-something fresh out of 4 years of partying. Well, if you're talking about education, though, it's not just... I believe in education, college degrees. College degrees... No, see, I don't think it's a piece of paper saying you can make someone rich. A college degree is a piece of paper saying you can put up with a whole lot of requests and requirements, and that you have some kind of respect for authority. You can have an associate's degree in Georgia, and they start out at $18,000, but they make no more than $25,000. Wow. Well, I think he just didn't like the college environment. No, 586, and I think that people that did go to ITT Tech, especially early on, are pretty good.
All right, I made you some dinner.
Correct.
I made you some dinner, some salmon and shrimp.
Yes, David left college after realizing he was smarter than his professors.
Yeah. I was too smart for my college of choice. Yeah, school's more of an indoctrination center. I think we could all agree on that. Awesome, Carl! Wow, you're really here. It's
because
the real
some of
awesome
the college
Carl.
grads got degrees and things that there was no tie-in with the workforce. So it wasn't like, hey, the workforce is saying we need so many people in these professions. It was just like, come to college and pursue what you like and what you love. And, if it's philosophy, there's nobody saying, hey, we need people that are majoring in philosophy. People are like, oh, I like to paint art pictures all day. There's no businesses saying, hey, we need people to paint art. So because that tie-in didn't happen with business in college, that's why the problems are happening where... Anyway.
Yeah. We need a connection.
The college is about making money themselves, and they're going to charge people tons of money. It's not about preparing people for the workforce. I have to say, not necessarily more respect, but I have huge respect for high school, college, and technical education courses that prepare people for the workforce, just as much as I do a full a degree that prepares people for college. because I believe that we need to realize that we're preparing people to be adults and live in our society.
Life skills, learning to make a vacuum cleaner out of a plastic bottle. We learned that last night, believe it or not. Somebody made a plastic bottle, turned it into a vacuum cleaner.
Cool,
it's awesome, yeah.
I do believe in following your own path, but you also have to, you kind of have to realize you have to work hard and make some money too.
Yeah, you do if you really want to make money and spend it. It's true. Thank you so much.
No, that's what most women are like.
Most women want to improve their lives and kind of form a nest. Men don't realize that women are that way, and then they resent them. They like, men somehow resent women for wanting to be nice and protected. I told you, Beetledum, you can't do that. Fish sauce is general butter and olive oil mixed with the juices of the salmon and the shrimp, the jumbo shrimp. I cooked the salmon and the shrimp in. Yeah. So, and all that goes on a potato with peas. It's a very fast meal. I do it in less than 15, 20 minutes. No, yeah, you can't do that. Don't keep, no one will have one letter per line, period. Topic of the day is freedom and how little you have of it. No, Sarah is not required to pay me any rent. That's a lie. No, I never ever asked for rent from Sarah. If she wants to contribute, that's her choice. Has to imitate famous people to compensate for being a nobody? That's ridiculous. I'm unimitatable. Nobody can imitate me. There is nobody in the world with my voice. I've checked it out. I've done voice recognition studies, and I own this voice and the entire frequency right here. It's not low, like Rodney. It's not high, like I was an awesome girl. Sorry. David, do you use food stamps? No. I never got food stamps in my life. I support you too, and I'm not your support hose. Help me help you. Let's get everybody some opportunity, low-cost education, a better environment, cleaner water, cleaner air. Let's just make this a simple, extreme U.S. makeover, okay? Never odd or even, you've just violated the cardinal rule here, which is to be nice. Mean people suck, and you are definitely on that license plate or that bumper sticker. Never. And again, that's a mutable offense. No, nobody's trying to take anything other than visit, I'm not, what do you mean I'm not always nice? Even when I'm mean, I'm pretty nice. Yeah. Richard Browning is a real-life Iron Man with his own flying suit. Chat room celebrity. Okay, this guy flies like a plane. Whoa. Pretty cool. He's got a job, family, and a real-life Iron Man suit. Whoa. Kerosene-fueled micro-gas turbine. A small jet engine. Whoa. Must have a pretty good biceps. He could pop a bicep with that. Wow. Impressive. Very cool. He's working on it. He works out all the time. Calisthenics for core enhancement. 6 engines. And a turboprop. Richard Browning is going into the atmosphere. Each with 22 kilograms of thrust. He's a fire-burning. Browning has investments in new technology. Is this a commercial? I don't know. I'm not that impressed. One day you'll literally be able to walk into your garden, take off, fly about, then come down and land. Richard Browning. A visionary. An inventor. Kicking butt for Wired Magazine. Wow, thank you so much for sharing that special information, chat room celebrity. Hold on, hang on, we've got a little problem here. Thank you. Guest off. We have a little bit of a problem. This person has been ineffective in doxing us, and now he claims I charged Sarah rent. What a jerk. Yeah. No, Connie brings her own food, thank you. But I sometimes make meals and serve them to everybody. No, it was not. I did not take her to Denny's on our anniversary. No. We did go out to Denny's, though, to see their new menu, and I was impressed. I was super impressed. It was a phenomenal display of food. I probably would have been more impressed if the bathroom didn't smell like old urine. Yeah, I mean, and this was a Denny's makeover, and I was like, you got to get a fan on in here at the very least. There was no fan running. And you walked into that dense smell of uncleaned urine from 40 years ago. You know, the gas station smell is just like, oh my God. And you just have to go, so you become part of the urine stain. Well, there is a certain amount of contribution that everyone should, participate in a household, don't you think? No one wants to sponge off of somebody. Otherwise, then you'd be SpongeBob, I don't have a smell from that, Kiefer. I was trying to flush you out. Now you get to flush down the toilet. Bye. I'm using a new technique, by the way, to deal with trolls. I do a special thing called unban all now. It works great. So even though I just banned you, he can come right back in. Now that's not funny. Surely there's an intelligent thought in your brain that you could come up with in chat. Try hard. I know you're not too bright, but try hard. David, didn't you... No, I never sponged off my parents. No, I always carried my own weight, bought all my own food. Oh my God, I was a vegetarian for years. Lived off rice and beans. Very humble. It's as after I made vow of poverty. I don't like Ashkenazis either. I'm a little concerned that Donald Trump's cabinet is almost entirely full of these Nazis. I don't get that. Sunshine over waters makes me happy. Hey, Deedle, I told you about that. You got to cure yourself. Stop it. I had my first job when I was 7 years old. I started working at 7 selling lemonade and hot dogs. And I managed to save up quite a bit of money. And I bought myself a scientific calculator when I was 15. A scientific SR50, in which I launched my career in science and technology, in which I became the #1 science and math student in my region. It's phenomenal. At the age of 17, I'd already been through 2 years of college, and I picked up 3 jobs. Working like the Dickens and living at home at the age of 25 because my dad had a heart attack. I pretty much saved all my money and retired at the age of 50. I mean, I'm like the prototype of people in America who want to live a sustainable life. I lived in squalor a long time ago. Not now, though. I live in absolute luxury. Oh, my God. I live in the GE house of tomorrow. No. I own all my own vehicles. I have my own properties. Yeah. I'm totally set. And it worked out really well. No, I kept my dad alive for another 14 years after that heart attack. It's fantastic. I fed him. I got him on the Dr. Dean Ornish diet. And if you check out Dr. Dean Ornish, he's seen an 18% reduction in heart disease by feeding people the right kind of foods. That's significant enough to publish, if you ask me, but I don't think he's published in any major journal. But
maybe I have in my rock and mineral book down there.
Sure, yeah. But Dr. Dean Ornish has a plan for anybody with heart disease. Vegetables, mostly vegetables, fish, no red meat, lean meat. And I got my dad on that, and I got him juice drinks, and yeah, he lived 14 years. His heart never gave out on him. Ironically, he died of cancer, which was something he was battling as well, not only a heart disease. Then he found out he had cancer. But then he lived 12 years after that. So it's pretty amazing. You could get lean pork, sirloin, yeah, and then make sure you don't cook it in fat. I don't run and jog, no. Awesome Carl, you're not 57 years old, so you don't know what it's like to have knees that could melt under the pressure. Yeah, bottom line is I'm fit. I'm probably I could run 2 miles right now, but I don't want to because I'm saving my limbs for when I reach 150 years old. Yeah. I wonder if anybody gets it too. Yeah, we're not digging that. You're going to go on you haven't quite qualified yet to do that. You haven't even shown you're an American. Hang on, there's somebody just put up a little. Yeah. This is a magnet holding onto a wall of a refrigerator with a floppy disk that says System Restore, do not erase. Not realizing the entire magnet that pushed through it already erased it. So it's pretty funny. Yeah, I got it instantaneously. Carl, your knee can be replaced. You have no cartilage in your knee, but you were giving an example of how to keep your heart healthy. Awesome, Carl, you've been running too much on that knee, and your cartilage is gone. But we can rebuild it, and we can make you stronger. Awesome, Carl, you may very well be the first candidate for the brand new program I'm putting forth called the $6 Million Man Plan. We can make you stronger. We can make you bigger. Very interesting. Yeah, I thought that was fun. Hello. This could be your life, freedom on the road. This is what life was like in the 60s and 70s. The original search engine. That is not allowed here. You are removed. Any sexual innuendos are bannable and mutable in this show. Oy vey, is Sponheim a Jewish last name? Oy vey, why did you say such a thing? No, it's not. It's German. And it's one step away from being German. Endless summer. Yeah, so you got to stop that, man. You're going to have to stop doing what you think is okay. Running is not your best exercise. Walking briskly is. And swimming would be good for you, Awesome Carl. You ought to hook up to a swim club. It'd be great for you. It would, maybe in the morning when you're working out, Molly could hang there and just say, whoa, yeah, hanging with, being so proud of. Well, if you have no cartilage in your knee, you're not fine, Awesome Carl. That's painful. You need bionic knees. We can make them stronger, faster, more powerful than a locomotive. You could bounce and jump with the greatest of ease. Look at this woman. We just look at that. Look at how she bounces. Those knees are lithe, and she's very bouncy. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to look at pictures like that too long. Otherwise, she's hot. Yeah. Andy Griffith Show, how are you? Hey, we got to pitch you on a new series, Andy. Possibly the Mayberry RFID show, where you get RFID chipped and you sound just like Andy Griffith. Think about it. It's the rebirth of your character on television. I don't think you're allowed to show people like this. David, do you think we're about to see more rights taken away? Yes, your rights will be taken away by the robotic police forces as they infiltrate into your neighborhood. George W. Bush wasn't a president. He was a fool who got us involved in 2 wars. And he was the CEO of a corporation called the United States. Same with Barack Obama and Donald Trump. I will be the first U.S. president since 1871. Yep. There hasn't been another. The United States Corporation is different than the United States of America. The last president we had was in 1871, when the Act of 1871 was passed. And that person was... This is supposed to be easy. Boy, that dinner smells good. I made salmon. Ulysses S. Grant was the last president of the United States. I will be the next president. The United States of America, that is. That's right. Yes, sir. You see, this country basically was dissolved when they created a new corporation, the United States of America. You could say that FDR was the last U.S. president. You have been banned. But that's when the United States of America went bankrupt, March 9th, 1933. Okay, globalist stooge Donald Trump backs down on NAFTA. Whoa, yeah, I told you he would. Told ya. Yeah, we knew he'd be flipping on NAFTA. He's all about the money. This guy's, he's so viable, he's transparent, he's viable. He's not a transparent president, but he's transparently viable. The Trump administration is signaling to Congress would seek only modest changes to the North American Free Trade Agreement in upcoming negotiations with Mexico and Canada, despite Trump having called the trade deal a disaster during the campaign. Yep, they're going to keep a lot of the provisions, especially the ones that pad the Wall Street swamp members that are in Trump's cabinet. Yeah, thank you for alerting me to that. Deedledum, this is your last warning, then comes the ban. He's all about power, Austin Carl, you're right. Good point. David, do you think we will have an election in 2020 with the way Trump is acting? Well, only if they indict him and put Paul Ryan in power. Then we'll probably have an election. If not, we will be probably annexed part of Russia. Well, Sarah and I have different views. I told you that. Well, I want you to know that Sarah believes in it solidly in education as a way of advancement, and her salary shows that she's done well. But at the same time, I disagree. I believe that you need to find your internal motivation. I'm exactly opposite to Mike Rowe, who said, forget your dreams, get a job, in no uncertain terms. Hey, Izaboski, yeah, long time no talk. It's been 8 years since we've talked to you. And I remember you just like it was yesterday. My view is right, correct. David Bamboozle time. Mike Flynn resigned because he was working for other governments, and he was our national security advisor, and Trump did not vet him. There's no coup in the U.S. Trump will be charged, indicted, and he will have to either face jail or resign. It's that simple. Yes, Mike Flynn's request for immunity has been turned down by the FBI, just like I predicted, by the Senate Intelligence Committee. Well, maybe the FBI will give him some help. They can still grant immunity. Well, this doesn't surprise me. The Senate under Devin Nunes is a joke. He's already compromised himself. This man, if you give him immunity, will definitely spill the beans. And what's really shocking to me is that Devin Nunes has not stepped down. The Senate Intelligence Committee has reportedly turned down Michael Flynn's request for immunity from prosecution in exchange for being interviewed as part of their investigation into Russia's alleged hacking of the 2016 presidential election. Mr. Flynn's lawyer was told immunity was wildly preliminary and not on the table because Congress has their head up their ass. The Senate subcommittee really should be entertaining the idea. It's a bold proposal and it needs to be done quickly. The best and fastest route for us to get to the truth about Trump knowing all of the ins and outs regarding the sanctions deal that his cabinet was cutting with the Russians prior to the election, which is a gross violation of the Logan Act. Yeah, Congress has been a lame duck Congress for years. That's right. Awesome, Carl. You're coming out with some good, insightful comments, about Congress. Carl, Congress, Carl. I've never really, commented to people about sex on our political show because we have to deal with life and death situations like people getting their heads blown off when they open their door when a cop's standing there. Yeah, usually we talk about the deaths killed by police.net, and I think it's only fair that we bring up the simple fact that this chart exists, and if you go to killedbypolice.net, you'll get this chart. And it shows the most recent person killed by cops. Let's find out. Let's find out who the recent person was. Christopher Angelo Pizzichetti. That's an interesting name. He's dead. He just died by cop. Let's look at the story about what happened to him. A Delaware man killed by a New Jersey trooper at the Turnpike rest stop. This is how easy it is to get information. You can go to the site and pick up the most recent person killed by cops.
However you toast your Thomas's English...
But you have to watch a commercial first. Yeah. Authorities say a state trooper shot and killed a Delaware man who drove toward him while trying to flee from a service area on a New Jersey turnpike. Hang on.
Here is breaking news at 4 o'clock yesterday. Officials say 5 troopers were in the middle of an undercover narcotics investigation when one of them saw the man using heroin. They've identified that man as 46-year-old Christopher Pizzichetta from Lewis, Delaware. Investigators say he hit 2 troopers as he tried to drive away from the Molly Pitcher service area. Another trooper opened fire when Pizzichetta turned toward him.
Okay, so they killed him and he hit them fleeing their arrest of him. I gotcha. That's nice.
We are learning more about a heartbreaking accident that claimed the life of a little girl in...
Okay. But yeah, it's a really interesting site, killedbypolice.net. That was a weird thing. Excuse me while I get some exercise. Thank you. I'm working my abs right now. Trump administration's top disclosing troop deployments in Iraq and Syria. So we've been disclosing troop deployments in Iraq and Syria? You got to be kidding me. Oh, this guy is beyond incompetent. He just stopped disclosing troop deployments in Iraq and Syria. Oh, that's nice. Unbelievable. The Trump administration has stopped disclosing significant military information. Well, that's nice. Thank you. According to U.S. officials, troops have been deployed to Iraq and Syria without announcement. Okay. In March, the Pentagon quietly dispatched 400 Marines to northern Syria. Oh, yeah. And Trump just announced that it had 1,500 going in there. There's 300 Army paratroopers deployed in Iraq to help the Iraqi military. Well, that's kind of like announcing that you're sending troops and paratroops into locations. And the Obama administration announced nearly all conventional force deployments. Well, that's a good, significant move by Trump. That's great. Good to know. I'm glad he's no longer following suit with Obama, because look at how effective that is. We've got a war in Iraq and Afghanistan going on 16 years now. Oh, nice. I think we have about the same type of leader with Trump as we had with Barack Obama. I really do. We are still looking at devastation overseas. Now, many of you don't know this, but Barack Obama attacked Yemen. And recently, Donald Trump ordered the death of 30 people in Yemen about 8 days into his presidency. And if you're not aware of that, you need to be, because one of those innocents, of the 14 that we knew were innocent, who died, one was an 8-year-old girl, and Donald Trump has not apologized to anybody or anyone for this action, which is unconscionable. Obama has done the same thing and didn't even bother mentioning to anybody that he was engaging in the same behavior of rendition, that George W. Bush was doing, except he downsized it. Yeah. And he never talked about his relationship with Larry Sinclair either.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
If we fall for, a bunch of sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas. Bing, bing. No, she's got this goofy friend, Mike Keaton. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.
Yay! Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, we are not doing 83 viewers. We've got millions of people watching us on UHF. So get with the program, mister. Reminds me of your days at Studio 54. Donald, or do we have you in the show? Oh my God, everybody, guest 625 is Donald Trump. Right on, man. Thanks for coming to my show. You're a regular here. Good going, dude. You got in. Hey, so Donald, off the cuff, you got a lot of hassles going on right now with Russia and the accusations. Why aren't you prosecuting Barack Obama for that fake birth certificate? I mean, really, it'll take the heat off of you. It'll help us advance our goals of removing Obamacare. Believe me, if you can prosecute Obama in the next 3 years on the birth certificate issue, Donald, you will have accomplished a great goal for America. Truly. So I'd say jump back on that horse, Donald, and seriously, start prosecuting, okay? Thank you. I'm not banning a lot of viewers. I got a lot of people. I even unban almost every 15 minutes now. Oh, how unbanal. Yes. You can't handle the truth. What are you, Jack Nicholson? So thanks for coming in, Donald. I appreciate you piping in. But that's your best move. If the best defense is a good offense. If I were your tactical advisor for the White House, I'd say, Malik just produced a birth certificate from Mombasa. Let's give Malik, since he's such a strong Trump supporter, a chance to go forward and make a public announcement about his brother lying about his birth certificate all these years. This is your best move. People lie. People lie all the time. Fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. What about the other Bush? It's a new world order. 1,000 points of light. No quid pro quo. Read my lips. What? Oh, it's one of a kind, yeah. Donald Trump's comb over is like Very unnatural. My hair looks more natural than his whatever he's got there. What do you have to lose? Yeah, Donald's now going Snow White, dyeing his hair now? Really? Why not? Who cares? There is no toupee here. This is my real hair. If I pulled on a toupee, it'd be lifting off my head. It's amazing how you watch the gears and some people, think. Donald Trump is not quite abreast of what's happening. I mean, he was interviewed with women recently, talking about the suffragette movement. And they were talking about the Susan B. Anthony. And Susan B. Anthony, he said, is doing a good job. And someone had to ask, Donald, do you really not know who Susan B. Anthony is? And he didn't. He does not know who's on the dollar bill, or the dollar coin, I should say. And he doesn't even know that she's dead. She died a long, long time ago. And you pick this guy as your president. You people are doomed. Do you realize right now we're like pulling a gaper for Russia? Yeah. Don't tell Putin, but America doesn't exactly have their house in order, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Trump is a pathological liar and people buy his bullshit. That's the most intelligent statement a chatter has said all night long. Thank you so much. You should win a posthumous award. It's not a wig. This is my real hair. This is what hair looks like when you grow it. Sunlight is the best antiseptic for corruption. Veterans for Child Rescue was formed specifically to expose that which has been covered up and suppressed, the dark and disgusting world of pedophile trafficking rings. We talk about the Pizzagate in the evening, by the way, and we have real strong issues that we deal with. Very touchy subjects about the pedophile ring in Washington called Pizzagate, that the government and the mainstream media doesn't want you to talk about because it's basically controlled by the same pedophiles. They have so much power that they're able to define what is fake news and what is real news. And that's why the Pizzagate story continues on the internet and grows every night. More and more people are researching this from their home and finding out all the sickness out there in this weird world we live in. You are not allowed to say bad things about me. It's a mutable offense. I don't think so, Psycho Behavior. Can you imagine you dating somebody on the internet? I mean, are there any women that would even begin to date Psycho Behavior? I mean, your name says you're freaky, okay? For one, you automatically can't get a date. Women don't like guys they can't predict are going to be normal. I mean, you'd probably find yourself in a sex house in the Castro district, wondering where your true love was in some S&M bar. There she is, Susan B. Anthony. And Donald didn't even know that she was dead. Well, let's be clear. My number of viewers are growing every single day. But the people here who come into the show are being censored.
Hey, Sponheim, do you remember Megadeth?
No, I don't. Was that in your era? This Hillary? What? Chat room has a clip of Hillary. Well, let's be clear. Guess what investigation Hillary Clinton covered up at the State Department?
This morning facing the State Department.
That's right. According to internal State Department memos, the agency might have called off or intervened in investigation into possibly illegal and inappropriate behavior within its ranks, allegedly to protect jobs and avoid scandals. This concerns the time that Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. We want to get right to NBC's chief White House correspondent Chuck Todd with the latest. Chuck, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. There's an old saying in Washington that the cover-up is worse than the crime. But in this case, both parts of it are disturbing. Allegations of prostitution and pedophilia, and allegations that those crimes were somehow covered up or not looked into. So the State Department this morning is having to respond to those claims and those investigations of misconduct by State Department officials, including by an ambassador and security agents attached to then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Wow.
And the allegations are that these investigations were whitewashed, quashed altogether, and that those orders came from high up.
NBC News has obtained documents related to ongoing investigations into some disturbing allegations involving State Department personnel and at least one ambassador. A State Department memo says the ambassador, quote, routinely ditched his protective security detail in order to solicit sexual favors from both prostitutes and minor children. The memo also says a top State Department official directed department investigators to, quote, cease the investigation into the ambassador's conduct. It's just one of what another document describes as, quote, several examples of undue influence from top.
But they're not talking about the conduct itself. They're not telling you what the conduct was. Yeah. It could very easily be a Pizzagate-related story. The Clinton Foundation covered up a lot. Human trafficking funds were deposited. And we don't know why the Clinton Global Initiative was so involved in human trafficking. That was the part that's really, it's a big question mark. Yeah, looking for minors for Orgy Island or something, moving Haitians over for, sex crimes. I don't know. Rick Perry, are you not happy with Rick Perry? I thought we had an audience of Trump-tards here. I'm sorry, but how many of you people are Obama-tards? Just say 1 if you're an Obama-tard and 2 if you're a Trump-tard. Go ahead. I thought Rick Perry look was pretty good for you, you Trump-tards. I had no idea. 1 versus 2. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is Obama-tard. Number 2 is Trump-tard. Number 3 is America's third-party tard. 5 doesn't count. 4 doesn't count. 0 doesn't count. I don't want to look like Drew Carey, so I better get rid of this. Yeah, he's not funny. Yeah, number 3 if you're a Spontard. So you are an Obama-tard. We got an Obama-tard. Nobody wants to admit they voted for Obama. Is that amazing? It's whatever. Whatever gets you through the night is all right. Hey, Izaboski. Yeah, you sure have returned in full color. Yes, indeedy. Yeah. Michelle Tard. Some of you want to vote for Oprah. Michelle and Oprah are probably going to run on the same ticket. Yeah, they're close, I don't know how close, but I think they like each other in that kind of way. They could be an item, I think. Japan kills 330 whales in an annual Antarctic hunt, and these may be the last whales on Earth. Well, I hope they can them and make them the last whales on Earth can whale. It'd be a terrible waste to kill all those whales and not eat them, right? Whale meat is very, very in demand in Japan. Yeah, since we're desecrating the Earth, why not just kill 330 whales? Good point. I mean, killing off the ocean before the ocean kills off the whales. That's a good move. So while they're draining Fukushima radiation into the ocean, they're picking up all the live meat that's still floating around. Pretty smart when you think about it. It's kind of like scavenging, No different than a shark eating crap off the bottom of the ocean. A Japanese whaling fleet has returned to port after an annual Antarctic hunt, killing 333 whales. Minke. Oh yeah, they're very tasty. Oh, minke whales. This is so sad. Yeah. When are we going to stop this? I thought that soybeans would replace the use of meat, but then I found out that most of the soybeans in the world was genetically modified to cause you to have less testosterone and to take in all kinds of esters and become sterile. Yeah, so the GMO soy industry kind of screwed that over. If we did lean on soy, though, that was non-genetically modified, covered with glyphosate, we wouldn't be getting tumors and getting sterilized, and we could drift away from our addiction to meat, because everyone knows Japanese tofu is the best. They do make excellent firm tofu. I don't know about you, but soy will make you gay. Yeah. Are you familiar with Rick Astley? How do you know I'm not Rick Astley? What makes you think I'm not Rick? Somebody said, David, you look just like Rick Astley. Well, I'm not Rick Astley. Yeah. You want to know who Rick Astley is now, 2016? This is him. 2017, sorry. I always pull from 2016 because they usually don't have anybody out in 2017. There he is. Here he is. Check it out. So clearly I'm not Rick Astley. He has more hair than I do. Morphing. Yeah, I don't look a bit like this guy. No match whatsoever. Sorry. You both look like Ellen DeGeneres. Well, there you go again. Ellen DeGeneres is getting much older than me. She's not taking the youth supplements that I'm taking. You don't use soy? Okay. Here I am not. You're claiming I look like Ellen DeGeneres now. This is crazy. I mean, when is it going to stop? When are these facial comparisons going to stop? All you do is think about me, me, me. Can't you stop thinking about me and think about yourself? Stop thinking about Scissor. Think about me. I am a facial contortionist. I can do this. I just don't feel like I'm a lesbian. I'm more like a man dressed in a lesbian's outfit. Gordon Ramsay is 7 years younger than me. This is fun. Fun Friday. Freedom Friday. Not really having a thought in our mind, just kind of roaming from thing to thing, link to link. I definitely don't look like him. Yeah, I mean, this guy's got more wrinkles in his forehead than I do, and he's 7 years younger than me. I mean, how did this work out? Yeah, I don't think this is working out too well. He's a chef. You call that a chef throwing salt at food all the time? That's not a chef. That's more like a salter. That's he's an alchemist. He's not in any way a chef in my book. He's not. He's an alchemist. He's playing with salt. I mean, if his food wasn't salty, it wouldn't be edible. Anybody can make food taste good with salt. He has a short face, I know. No, you are not gay. No. Many of you are suffering from homosexual panic. Don't worry. It's not your fault. And now if you are in the state of confusion as to whether you're gay, straight, bi, transgender, eunuch, asexual, omnisexual, pansexual, pantasexual, or just overly sexual, you will not be able to resolve your issues if you stay on a soy-based diet. Really. You may want to get off of it. I don't mean get off on it. Anyway, if you are suffering from these types of mental issues, don't worry. You may be possessed by a demon. Now, if you're in New Jersey and California, please do not watch this because it is illegal to scare somebody straight. But this man was possessed with the demon of homosexuality.
Hi, Brian. Confess to Christ. Confess to Christ. I have committed homosexual acts. I have committed homosexual acts. God has forgiven me. God has forgiven me. You heard what he said? Did you hear what he said?
Yes, I heard what he said. Doesn't make any difference what he says.
Does it?
No! He's mine! He's been mine for years! And I'm gonna hold on to him! You'll never get him! Never! It's mine. His father gave it to me, and it's mine.
Spirit of anger. Spirit of anger, come up. Come up. Come up in the name of Jesus.
Spirit of anger. Come up in the name.
Do you have any right to be there? Do you have any right to be there? Do you? Do you?
No!
You want to go? You want to go?
I don't want them women to hold on to me anymore. Don't you do that to me again.
I'm sorry, but I can't watch this anymore. I am too straight to watch this. Yeah. I don't understand what that craving for homosexuality is. Are you homosexuals, any of you? How many of you are homosexual? Just say yes. See, we don't have any homosexuals. Izaboski is a homosexual. So you just like, it's like a natural thing, right? 277 is a homosexual. You just like this, you get excited by your own gender. I'm not judging you. Yeah. I'm just trying to help you understand myself, and others are trying to understand why you went to the dark side. But no, if you're in New Jersey and California, please turn this broadcast off. So do you believe it's possible to get back to being heterosexual if you're homosexual? Do you think you could maybe make that migration to find women attractive because they're beautiful people too? Some of you homosexuals. You have homosexualism in you. Is it like a butt plug or something? I mean, what is it exactly? Well, we talk about some pretty hardcore issues on Friday night. You know, freedom to talk about whatever we want. Freedom Friday. Yeah, see, there's a lot of people who aren't gay, but I'd say the percentage of people who are gay, at like 5%, are in our room right now. So we've got a fair spread, a wide spread of people. We're doing some pretty hardcore discussions of widespread issues. You're not Sabbath.com, no. But if that's who you are, we know who you are now. I remember you, Sabo. You are gay, and you know, you're very proud to be gay, and you're a wonderful guy. Yeah. I don't in any way want gay people to feel weird tonight. Yeah. We've even talked to you on their phone. You know exactly who you are. He hid his name in the word Izaboski. It's Sabo, everybody, from Log TV days. He actually pitched us to a couple radio stations in the West area, Midwest area. He was helping us just try to get people to interview me on the radio show, and I got a radio show interview with Liberty Radio because of him. Yeah, we know you. We know who you are, Sabo. Absolutely. You guys want to get back to the Trump gathering of Ashkenazis? David Nation's an Ashkenazi.
Desert, founder, Trump Desert Development, Ashkenazi Jew. Louis Eisenberg, chairman, Trump Victory Committee. Finance co-chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Boris Epstein, senior advisor, Donald J. Trump for president, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Feinberg, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Fink, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Fishman, chairman, Ladder Capital, Donald Trump's second largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. David Friedman, co-chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, United States Ambassador to Israel, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Fox, vice chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Garten, executive vice president and general counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Bruce Gelb, endorser, Donald J. Trump for president, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Glassner, Deputy Campaign Manager and National Political Director, Donald J. Trump for President. Special Advisor for Operations, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, the Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew.
Hey Jews, don't let me down. Take a sad song and make it better. Hey, you know, I don't have any problem with people being Jewish. I want to say thank you, Jews, for all that you do. Without you, we wouldn't even have a legal system and a healthcare system and all the things that, you know, cost us lots of money whenever we get sick or get sued. But we do appreciate your effort. Your work has not gone unnoticed. And I'm sure many of you realize your job will be replaced by computers soon. So maybe you're scrambling for that final day of that power. The power day. This is Rick Perry, everybody. The Rick Perry look. Let's take a look. Welcome, Texans. Welcome to the show. We're going to be talking about some tough issues affecting Texas right now. Yeah, pretty close. Not bad. Thank you. The look of Texans. Da 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 da. Okay. You look younger than Rick Perry, Dave. Well, how old is Rick Perry? Let's take a look. Rick Perry, your age, please. I think he was born in 50, I'm going to guess 58. Oh, he's 67 years old. Yeah, I'm much younger than him. I'm 10 years younger than him. Yeah, he looks good though, I think. Hey, I hope everyone's having a wonderful time tonight. Yeah, I'd like to say everything's wonderful, but we got things that are just not resolved. Latino gangs. A Latino gang leader is convicted in LA ethnic cleansing campaign. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the gangs were killing black people in LA. And this story is pretty interesting, you know, just if you're into it, just finding out about, you know, whoops. I sent the wrong Twitter. That's Honeybee's Twitter. She's doing the investigation on the Pizzagate. Honeybee has got some amazing stuff. This is Alice's site. Alice came in here. She was a JTV star. She's talking about Pizzagate too. She's got a YouTube out there called Freedom Watch Letter to Devin Nunes. Many people don't believe that Devin Nunes is doing his job. All right. Let me make sure I have this in the loop because I don't think I added it. Good. Just want to make sure I have this stuff queued up for later. This was a clip that came to us from a show called Mr. Roboto. Or Mr. Robot, sorry. Season 1, Episode 1. Very interesting. It's all about the pedophile rings that are being hidden. Also, kind of interesting. It foreshadowed the kind of things that we talk about now with Pizzagate being such a hot subject on the internet as opposed to in real on the mainstream media. So that's something that is very worthwhile. I'm going to watch that later again. And that's all of Alice's videos that she has lined up. If you want to research Pizzagate on your own, this is a wealth of information. And this will bring you up to speed on the situation with her site there will bring you up to speed on the situation with Devin Nunes and the investigation into Russia's involvement, and a complete reveal of the underlying corruption. The NSA watching all of us, the NSA having the ability to even stick porno or child pornography images on your computer. All of this is revealed in these interviews. Yeah, apparently the NSA has been doing that to people. They've been planting child pornography on people's computers and then busting them. This has been going on. Yeah, we all remember Peter Townsend and how he got inadvertently tied up in a kind of a sting operation that he himself was not directly involved with, he said, and yeah. He got a good attorney and got out of it, but who are you talking about, Izaboski? Who's living in a palatial estate? Yeah. Well, yeah, the fact is people are looking into the cover-up in Washington, and they call that the Pizzagate. So, yeah, that's the thing that people are concerned about, that these people are getting away with it. So, if you're a good person and you're not worried or concerned that this stuff is being covered up by our mainstream media and by our government, then I must remind you the adage that I created, that when good men do nothing, evil persists. Now, if somebody else can find the person who that quote is from, that'd be great. But when good men do nothing, evil persists. I could not find the source of that quote, so I'm going to say I created that quote. Yeah. So many of you people are still on the discussion of homosexuality and can't get off of it. Potential, like that word. Mall cop has recorded something as a death threat. Slow troll night, Dave. You banned the hell out of them. Well, I just gave them what they deserved, you know. I've been messing with them. I know that the coding on this site is pretty rudimentary. Misanthropy has analyzed the site and said that it's terrible code. So we know that Mark is using toolkits that are not kind of rudimentary. So by me unbanning all, at least I'm able to, you know, gain control. I have a feeling what's been happening is Mark has been telling somebody to dox us or to attack us, and when they do, I've been banning them. So I've been banning my own viewers. That's my suspicion. Mark makes a lot of money on this. He makes millions of dollars censoring me. The people that don't want me to succeed in America have a very big financial interest in this. Millions to Mark is nothing to them. This could cost them billions if I succeed at what I'm doing. Yeah, I do have the Biosphere video. Sure. Sarah and I made the Biosphere video in 2010, I think. And it got a lot of hits right away before they started banning us on YouTube. It's pretty cool. I threw this Biosphere up to get, 10 years ago, and it's really an effective tool for germinating stuff. I'm recovering it this year. I'm actually putting a clear cover around it to replace the old one. Well, let's be clear. Oh, I guess this doesn't exist here on this server for some reason. We have a Sabo video here. Check this out. Were you wearing pants in this video?
Oh, hello. Welcome. My name is Ethan Sabo. Blog TV user Sabo.com. I would like to talk about how I support David John Sponheim for 2012. I'm sick of the same old government. I'm sick of all the lying and cheating and stealing. I'm sick of it all. I'm sick of gas emissions. I'm sick of all the crap that's going on in our earth today. I'm sick of it. I'm a futurist and a centrist, and I'd like to see a better quality in life, and I'd like to see the public's reactions on how we could have more energy efficient, more, bring our ecosystems back together, make Mother Nature how she was in the beginning, and not some polluted earth that nobody wants to live in and nobody can survive because we have no plants or animals. I'm really sick of the way our government and everything's been going, and yes, I voted for Obama, but now I wish that I would not have. I wish that I would have known about David John Sponheim before, so I could have wrote him in for president for 2008. But the only way that we can get that done is if we elect him. And so in 2012, I'm voting for David John Sponheim. I just don't understand how the government can lie, cheat, and steal, and take all of our money. I believe that David wouldn't do that. I believe that David would bring back a government, not really a government, but laws that, we wouldn't hurt the environment, laws that would be nice. I would love that, and I would love to see David John Sponheim for president in 2012. So, come with me and vote for David in 2012. Thank you.
I'm David John Sponheim, and I approve this message. Check us out at americasthirdparty.com.
Check out our amazing biodome. We built it for less than $100.
Come on into the video. Hi. David John Sponheim here, Sarah Hart. We have a fantastic thing to share with you. It's a biodome we built, and it only costs under $100 to create, and I think you're really going to be excited.
Yeah, it's really great to grow vegetables in the winter when it's cold out like it is now. We still have sun, but it's quite cold, so.
We have a little solar system running in case we want to do any irrigation off of the sun. See that? Those are black barrels filled with water, and they soak up the heat. Right now inside of here, it's like 40 degrees right now outside, but inside is about, you say about 95 degrees?
If you look around, we put shelves on all the different sides of the biodome. We started with a top from a yurt and actually created the plastic with PVC piping, black PVC piping,
right,
to create and then 2x4s.
2x4s. Let's count how many 2x4s are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I mean,
seven regular 2x4s
might be more expensive than $100, but if you're able to get it from a place that they're building a house or something like that,
right,
it works out really well.
So you're planning on starting seeds, is that it, in the seed starter?
Yeah, I'll put seed starters in, and I have some smaller ones outside or things like this, and then I'll start the seeds and I'll put them all along the edges of the shelving in here to germinate them.
Great. And something that really requires germination would be something like that. Maybe lettuce could get started there. But this is how you get your garden started, folks. And what we did was we constructed this with recycled materials, and also, like she said, a yurt had a crack in it, so we used the dome. But this could be replaced by plastic sheeting and PVC or water piping. This is a particular type of metal that's very good reflective agent and has an insulation barrier. You can get this at most hardware stores. But as you can see, it's pretty well made for $100, and it has withstood 100-mile-per-hour winds. It should be able to handle that. The construction, yeah. So we use that, and then we have a water barrel back in the back that we have a timer on, and we have a solar system for pumping and getting water to plants in the summer when we're not able to service it all the time.
Well, that's even cool too in your garden with just a PVC pipe that you created with plastic sheeting,
right,
as a mini greenhouse type thing,
yeah,
to start germinating during the winter.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good. Okay, well, great. Yeah, that's the biodome video that we just ran out and made, and it got thousands of hits before we were censored on the internet, so it was very nice. Sarah's here to give me a little break.
We have a cabin.
Yeah, we have a little
need to
cabin.
build one.
Yeah, we have a little cabin. I have an Abe Lincoln cabin on my property. It's really kind of cute. It's a historic.
Is that in your? That's not in your. You have some video of you and your Abe Lincoln cabin.
Yeah, I've got a few, but I kind of keep that to a minimum because I've just got a really nice spot here, and I like to keep some of the areas private. I don't like to show everybody everything. I mean, I can't take you into my bomb shelter 16 floors down. That would be too much information. I do make videos all the time, but we found that we were censored on YouTube now. Ever since 2011. I was making videos up until 2011 when my numbers went from 20,000 hits down to 20. And you can even see it when you go to YouTube. You can see how they started censoring me in 2011. So it's pointless to make videos there. I make YouTube videos every weekend, and I get an enormous audience, but it doesn't show up on my hit counters.
Good night, behavior. Safe travels.
Yeah, the FBI and the State Department are not going to grant Flynn immunity. I told you that that's probably going to be the case. They are trying to keep this from turning into a full-blown indictment of Donald Trump.
That was a yay for Abnormal is willing to learn math from me now about what David was saying.
Mark is making millions on us. He's been censoring us, and I think he's breaking laws. But hey, let the courts deal with that later. That's not funny, salty dog. That's a mutable offense. You're going to have to take a sit down and think about what you just said. Well, the fact that he's going to plead the fifth is, indicative of a person who, is smart. We have 1 billion viewers on UHF and UHF Plus. Thank you very much, 363. Yeah, I think Flynn has much more information. He's willing to talk about how Trump was probably involved with the Russians to work a deal against sanctions. I think he may still spill the beans just out of spite and take his chances in court. He's probably got a very good attorney. But what he did technically is, at this point, pitch the Russian argument that Ukraine should break up again. Mike Flynn was involved in that. And right after Mike Flynn was taken out of the Trump cabinet, Trump's attorney, Cohen, started pitching the same argument that Ukraine should break up and Artemenko should replace Poroshenko, indicating that Trump's entire cabinet was working that angle, meaning that Trump himself is being manipulated and blackmailed by the Russian government to break up Ukraine. So, calling this what Mark has done is it affected our ability to get a wide audience in the U.S. in 2016. He prevented me from reaching out to so many more people. Our donations have gone to nothing. So what Mark has done essentially is shut down this political operation of free speech, and that is a violation. I don't know how many laws that he's breaking, but the RICO Act may be applied to Mark if necessary. I will be seeing you in a bit. Sarah's going to talk to you guys. Enjoy. How are those shoes today? Were they better?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit? Okay.
All right. I think I should have been spending time bookmarking David's shows. Yeah, if he wants to silence me, he would, but I don't think he wants to silence me. He likes me. Does David want me to, subscribe to this person? Alice Liddell? I think David likes that person. Alright. Howdy, 703. How are you? I'm not going to answer your question for 060. So no comments, the most you're going to get from me. I didn't do flat tops. What do you mean by flat tops? Good. Alright. So you want to learn some math, Abnormal? Do you know what kind of math you'd like to learn? Flat top shoes. What What are flat top shoes? I guess I need to look at a picture of those. Thank you, 981. Do I have any flashcards? No. I don't think I have any flashcards. Can we get the non-PhD questions? Yes. Oops. Well, I will tell you this. I have the beta fish at a different location. Yeah, hey Sabo. How are you? Yes, Sabo's been a rising star for some time now. Life is the ultimate test. Alright, well, I'll tell you what I normally do when I'm like, oh, what kind of math should I teach? Then I go to corestandards.org and I can make a video on one of these. I really should do this for like language arts and all that. Yeah, David's fine. 406. Yes, Vlog TV did have quality everything. Oh, now I have to look. I have to Google that 648 because your link did not come in. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, the thing is that those usually do not have, I see what you're talking about, the flat ones. They usually just don't have a big toe box, though. I need a big toe box. Hello, DT Laura. Hello, David Nation. Alright, let's see. What shall we learn tonight? Will I testify for Trump if subpoenaed? No. I don't know him. Shall I do 4th grade? I guess I shall. Measurement and data is what I need next. Alright. Okay, let's do some word problems. No, I really can't tell you any of that. Yeah, I guess you can create nano degrees and beyond. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. All right. I should look. There are no problems, only solutions. I love that. I just keep on watching the wheels go round and round. shouldn't do that one. Because that's something else. Okay. Even though I do like it. Man, I like to watch him roll. No, not just 2040. I'm hoping I'll be around beyond 2040. I mean, if I live to be 100, I'd be here till 2078. Oh, these are kind of cool. Alright, let's do some of these. Art Museum Gift Shop. I'll still have a show, but it'll be more like an education show.
This is my favorite day because Sarah gets off. You know?
Yeah, she has a week off next week.
It will still be running for president in 3426. Oh, I have to, that one won't let me just go to a different site. The Last Man on Earth. Okay, it's not Last Man Standing. It's The Last Man on Earth. Okay. It could be 262. I really hope not. I really hope it's just because I've been kind of tired. Oh. The Last Man on Earth. Okay. I'll be hooked. Predicates? I'm thinking a, the, an. No, that's not a predicate. Mandates? I don't think that's the right word, predicate. The fastest broom. Let's look at this. Why not? Solving problems using measurements. That's an assessment. Accuracy of measure using a ruler. Running laps. Adding and subtracting money. Adding and subtracting decimals. Converting pounds into decimals. We did that one. Angles and velocity. That looks kind of funny. Fun. It's a game. Here, let's play this game together from Math Playgrounds. It's probably a lot of iron in the system or something, 396. Project Trig. Okay. Tactical resource missions for intergalactic good. From Math Playground. Members of Project Trig are preparing for a dangerous mission. The team must send critical supplies to a village that is currently under siege. The safest method is to launch packages from a point outside the village. The team must hit their targets perfectly to avoid detection. As Project Trig's newest member, you must prove to the group that you have the math skills necessary to hit increasingly difficult targets. Right, train for your mission. Alright, let's see. Launch angle. I want to go up to 40, probably 60 degrees. Launch. Ooh. So I want, velocity, 20 meters per second. I think I want a higher velocity, like 60 meters per second. Ooh, it won't let me get straight on 60. Here we go. Ready? Let's see this. 3.9 seconds, score 0. I only have 4 things. Launch. Ooh, that was way too high. I still think it's a 60-degree angle, but maybe my velocity is... Wait. Maybe a high velocity or low velocity, higher angle, medium velocity. Let's see. So close, so close, so close, so close. Yes, 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 yes. No. Dang, I only have 1 left. Alright. Lower my angle just a little bit. Lower my velocity just a little bit. Yeah, it's like how to make a parabola. I think it's gonna land. Oh. Yes. Alright. Score 100. So now I have level 2. So this purple bar must be where I want the top of my parabola to be. So I could go like down. And my velocity, I want it to, I think that's probably good. Hey, I'm pretty good at making it even bigger. Okay, a little bit more velocity. Pretty good. Just a little bit close. So does that mean more velocity or more angle or velocity? Higher velocity. Too high, too high, too high, too high. Angry Birds makes you mad. Alright, this one, it has this purple, but that's not going to be like medium. I'm going to lower my angle. Because I think more of the middle will be like right here. I have an issue with this because... Oh, wait. Because even though this is fun, it's not really, like... My velocity, I think, has got to be much. Ah! have one try left. Barely got that one. This is not Common Core, no. If I saw my students playing this, I'd be like, no. If they say essential skills, spatial reasoning, estimate angles and velocity, Common Core connection for grades 4 and 6, understand concepts of angle measurement. Well, maybe 51 degrees, 0 degrees, 90 degrees, but that doesn't really say like you can understand angles. So I really don't think that that's really good. And they claim it's like connected because graphing points. I mean, this is not Common Core, I would say. Well, no, everyone in New York City makes a lot of money, but it's still... Okay, thanks 312. It still costs a lot of money to live in New York. Like, David Nation knows this all too well. Even though people can make money in New York, they also spend money in New York. So it's really what you want to find is a place where you can make a lot of money but not have to spend a lot of money to live. So that's the kind of thing you have to look for. Cookie made it in New York when it was cool. I have played, I did compete as a mathlete when I was young. That was actually a really fun day. One of the most fun days of my life was the mathlete competition. It was kind of like, but then I was it's so crazy because I was so embarrassed that I was in the math club, but I really liked math, so it's kind of funny that I would be embarrassed to be in the math club when I actually really, really liked math. It was so fun. You're in the chess club? Yeah, I was in all these clubs in middle school. I have to say, thinking back, I had pretty cool middle school teachers. Yeah, who had certain clubs during lunchtime. What did they say in this one? Make sense of problems and persevere in solving them. Look for and make use of structure. Yeah, but they try to say that these are like aligned with Common Core, but they're really not. I played this game and it's not. I mean,
just playing garlic. That would help. All right. Keep the evil spirits away.
I mean, I like this game, but I just don't feel it's like it. They claim it aligns with Common Core. I'm like, no.
It's a game. Wow.
I can see why it's like. Well, they say it's.
Are they watching it? Because remember, they like to watch what you're watching.
Well, they were. Thank you.
Are you watching a glitch in the Matrix?
Did you want to subscribe to this person?
No. I can tell that. I don't want to subscribe to this person. It's kind of a big deal to subscribe. I very rarely subscribe to people because I don't want the NSA tracking everything I do. And since they're watching everything, if I subscribe to some weirdo online, they think, oh, well, you're subscribing to a weirdo online. We're going to package things to you and all the weirdos online. I think we've got all kinds of privacy issues now. Getting tired?
Yeah, I am tired.
We'll take a night off. You deserve it.
I probably did just lose 25 million viewers on all the UHF channels.
We're all, natural human beings trying to survive, right?
Oh, goodness.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And everybody needs a good background. We're going to watch Last Man on Earth.
Maybe I'll go start it right now.
Well, no, I want to watch it with you.
Okay, maybe we'll start it tomorrow.
You know what's going to happen tonight? I'm going to
plug in my computer.
I'm going to watch a movie called Schitt's Creek. It's funny as heck. It's funny as hell. It's a great show. Sarah, you know how important good teachers are. You seem like that kind. So you're going to be someone's Mr. Ring in their life, just saying. Yeah.
You'll be like, I remember my teacher. Miss Hart, she was so cool.
Yeah. My dad had 10,000 students that he influenced, and he often got cards 10, 15 years later saying, you were such an amazing influence in my life, Mr. Sponheim.
I got a card today.
Oh, cool. From an old student?
No, from a student now.
Oh, a student now give you a card.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about being nice to people. That's what we're going to do.
2 T's, though. 981, 2 T's.
We're going to learn to accept each other as how we are. Yeah, it's called Schitt's Creek. It's on Netflix. And I guess we're going to, thanks to Mad Dog, we're going to be a Hulu 30-day subscription opportunity. Thank you, Mad Dog, for sending us that link. It's fantastic. Mr. Ring. I'm going to get rid of the GMO soy. We're going to phase out all GMO soys and make an aggressive crop of natural heirloom soy beans.
This is what I got today.
Oh, wow. Oh, love those. Those are your favorite.
I told her.
Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. Are those...
I gave one person a poster.
Oh, nice. Oh, you gave them the other Wonder Woman poster? Yeah, those are great posters we picked up at the convention. Sarah and I got back from a convention last week from Portland, Oregon, where she spoke as a presenter. Expired Food Critic says, hey, David, I haven't been in here a moment. I've traveled to 10 countries and judged their native expired dishes. The best of the best. Wow. Wow, so you had roadkill stew, but the expired goat milk, that was slightly fermented. It was kind of hooch tasting. Well, if you find yourself developing facial sores from nursing on the udder of a syphilitic sheep in your quest for expired food, then you've reached the end of the rope and you need intervention, and I'd contact Dr. Drew. Yes, I feel that was Dr. Drew's show canceled? Does anyone know? I feel that your pain that you're working through is not necessarily due to your problem, but perhaps you're deflecting that on other people. Has anyone seen Dr. Drew lately? Sarah is not. No, Sarah has been very helpful with children. She's a great teacher. Yeah. I know. Well, you were so impressed with Rick Perry, I thought I'd take his look, since he's no longer an item. Yeah. Since he's not in any way using that look, I just go with it. Well, I want to know what's going on in your life. What's your favorite thing to do? Don't all answer at once. My superior genes have been protected. The international gene pool of international genes has their eyes on my genes. Yes. I'm not going to say anything right now, but my chromosomes will be stored hermetically sealed in an heirloom seed container in North Norway, deep underground. where in the event humankind is extinguished itself, I will evolve again as a clone David. What a concept, to be stored in the Norwegian seed vault. I should contact them and say, hey, I'd like to send some of my seminal fluid to you in a frozen container to be stored in the seed vault as a human sample. I think I'd probably get seriously weird responses. What do you think of the smart dust? I think it's pretty messed up, man. We're all breathing it. Nanoparticles, shards of fiberglass pouring into our atmosphere because these elitists think it's funny to pollute you, kill you. Yeah. He died in 2008. Bummer. Okay, Yukon women gonna lose. Okay, UW women gonna win. Newman, I think he passed away, didn't he? Didn't Newman from Seinfeld die? You ever go to a dead, I think it's dead, famous deadstars.com? No, that's just a domain that somebody's gonna buy. Let me do famous dead people. Yeah. He's alive? Oh, good. I thought he was... He looked kind of verklempt. I don't know. I didn't see him at synagogue last week. I thought he was having some problems. Famous dead people. Yeah. Goat lives matter, yeah. You think verklempt is funny? Oy vey. What are you complaining that some of you are Jewish? I can see this. I'm not Jewish, but I have a very large vocabulary. FamousDead.com. What was I thinking? You know? This is a plethora of fun. You know? You got some of the biggest stars in Hollywood all gone. And recently, many of them, you know, they're... Do you remember hearing about Star Whackers? Remember Dennis Quaid has a brother named Randy? He's no longer anything other than a hollowed out Trump sellout. But, you know, Randy Quaid started talking about Star Whackers, and then they brought him in and they debriefed him, and now he doesn't talk about Star Whackers. Isn't that interesting? Merle Haggard died. Look at that. Yeah. Prince died. If we run across anybody, the nice thing about this is if you've got nothing to do, you can find out all about their lives. No, I'm not Jewish. I know, Dennis Quaid saved the world in independence. I saw him in a bar in Venice and we made eye contact. Yeah, it was one of those, you know, you see me, I see you kind of things. I'm looking at you, buddy. Yeah, Mr. Dennis Quaid. Oh, really? Amber Rain died? I did not know that. She's an adult film star. Patty Duke died. Legends of the Fall, Jim Harrison died. Yeah. How do you feel like being Leon Haywood and being outshined by Amber Rain, an adult film star, and you were like the funk soul singer-songwriter legend? Yeah. George Martin. Nancy Reagan passed away. Yeah. Anyway, you could have lots and lots of fun. You can even focus on categories like criminals. Comedians. 46 comedians died. Well, I'm sorry to say that Nancy is no longer with you mortal individuals. She has left the temporal plane and has joined Ronald in heaven. And if you don't believe that, then you're just not a believer. Gosh darn it. Well, apparently could you contact Famous Dead people or famousdead.com and tell them their site sucks? No, actually, I'm sure there's other ways of killing the time here. We could find out all about George, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and how he's on the inside of a very interesting reveal that the NSA is watching everybody, and they're viewing virtually 600 million transactions, and they can bring up those transactions. You had a phone call to somebody, they could bring it up like that. That's how amazing the technology is. So these interviews were profiled on Alice Liddell's site. So maybe many of you want to kind of join her site if you want to check it out. She's got all this information. It seems like the back door to the corruption in Washington today. I've never made a mockery of dead people. No, I have a lot of respect for dead people. I do. In fact, I would do a tribute to all dead people right now, but I would sound a little weird doing it. Yeah. We didn't talk about the gay story any more than the first part of our show, so could you not talk about that right now? Thanks. We had an interview earlier where a man was converted from being gay to being heterosexual.
All right. Confess to Christ.
God, God, for causing this man, I'm gonna get those women back here. You want them back? No. Say, for causing this man, to commit abominations. To cause abomination.
Apparently this man is, trying to convert from being gay to straight. Yeah. I think the whole thing was fake. Yeah, I think, and people should stay out of each other's lives. If you want to be gay, you can, But just recognize the moral implications by reading the Bible and understanding the verse as it is written. I'm not here to judge. That is not my role. Hey, dude, nobody's a shill here except Alex Jones, who caved in and literally bent over for John Podesta and Alephantis. Yeah. UConn lost? That's so unlikely. Are you serious? Are you sure those women lost? They very rarely lose. They're one of the most unbeatable female basketball teams in the entire United States. Reddit is claiming I'm a billionaire. How dare them? Only Reddit would do such a thing. I'll have to talk to my people and ask them not to say that again at Reddit. My people will handle that. Damage control, I'm sure. We want everyone believing I'm a common man and have no money whatsoever. Because it's true, I'm almost broke. I kind of like living on that edge. I carry some rice and beans around and a prepper pack whenever I go walking around. All my vehicles have prepper packs. I'm a super prepper. I would love to invite you to Monte Carlo, but I'm afraid I'd have to provide safe travel on my Lear. Yes, I try to keep a little belly around me, so I got 2 weeks of survival, like ultimate survival around my waistline. And then I always travel with my bug out bag. That's all you need. You don't need any big bank account to survive the apocalypse. If you're worried about the apocalypse, and you think that maybe there'd be pork lips everywhere, taking over pork lips here, pork lips there. Here a pork lip, there a pork lip. Old Mick Porklip had a farm. Yeah, so if the apocalypse is something you're worried about, don't be. Relax. Tomorrow, we'll find out if the apocalypse is a real thing or if it's April Fool's Day. Yeah, I hear you, man. It may be 4-1 for you, but it's not it's forewarned to me, not 4-1. April 1st, the day of foolishness. I don't like April Fool's Day. We've pulled some April Fool's jokes on family members, and it's not something I feel good about. Yeah. It just, I don't want to ever be deceptive, and I'm not. But when you deceive people at April Fool's jokes, you really wonder what the heck's going on. I think I'm getting less sleep because I do the show more often. Okay, so we did cover the story about the network of wealthy Russians who have sunk $100 million into Donald Trump's luxury developments. That's a significant thing when we travel toward indictment lane, when Donald Trump will probably face indictment for his actions with Russia. Stealing my ideas was just kind of like the icing on the cake. to get elected. But working with the Russians to get special money and support all these years, to pretend like he's making money when he just took it as bribery, virtually, by them buying condos, that's just not cool in my book. I mean, for you to believe that he's a billionaire when most of that money came from Russia, that would kind of freak you out, wouldn't it? Yeah. I'd like to say, April Fool's jokes that maybe Donald Trump has been in the escort industry. I mean, that would be But I wouldn't be April Foolsing you. It would be Trump International Escort Service. We talked about this earlier. Since it's not April Fool's Day, let's just talk about it right now so we won't make an April Fool out of you. But yeah, Trump, this is kind of a mind-blowing story, but Trump is definitely got recent approval by the Chinese government to use the Trump name for an escort service in China. And that made me look this up again, which came out during the election, about Trump International and how this site really did exist according to archive.org in around 1999. And many people are wondering, did Trump really run an escort service out of his hotels? And you can look at it yourself. There it is. Yeah, this is an archive.org screen grab. But yeah, Trump International, the world's finest travel companions. So what kind of president do we really have? That's my question. Is he really running operations of escort services while he's president of the United States? I mean, seriously? Apparently so. In China. Yes. So now he's making money in China under various trademarks. And I'm concerned what kind of deals he's cut with China. If he's willing to cut deals with Russia, you can only imagine. So we are kind of like an open sieve right now. If the government and national security agencies don't act quickly to change the direction we're on, the course we're on, we are vulnerable. That's my argument as a citizen speaking out about our country. I care. I'm not worried about China as much as I am Russia right now, but when you think about it, yeah, you don't know what's going on in Trump's little head. That pea brain of greed just focuses on one thing: money, cash, the almighty dollar. He doesn't care about the things like the yin and yang of the universe. He's not spiritually grounded. He actually worshipped a man who anyway, I don't really want to rag on Trump tonight. I'd rather talk about something else. Thank you. Let's rag on something else. Money. We need water. We need a maglev rail train. We need lots of things. We need a maglev rail train. We need more water. You're in Asia? Well, that's very nice. Thanks for coming in. We need affordable solar rooftops. We need a lot of things. I'd like to say we need blimp planes, but that's kind of, that's a side thought. Certain core things that we really need are essential to our functionality as a country. So if we focus on those core things like high-speed rail, obviously building it in piecemeal, one bit at a time, but fresh water would be really helpful here. Yes. For some reason it's not playing. Well, it's media. Oh, how cool. I don't think it plays. No. It's dripping. Hang on. It's flowing now. Oh, stop flowing. All right, it's drying up. The well is drying up. A maglev rail train can be acquired slowly in piecemeal. Blimp trains just don't make sense. It's too heavy. And the concept doesn't make a lot of sense. Blimp trains, I think, we're going to rule blimp trains out completely. Floating blimp trains. Dallas to Houston in less than 4 seconds. Now, the Hyperloop technology that the crack-smoking guy, Elon Musk, he likes to talk about. Yeah, it might happen. I think he's close to something that could send things through the distances rather quickly. I think the Hyperloop technology is just as strong as the maglev rail. It really has great potential, and they use the same technologies involved in the Hyperloop technology. They have the thing riding on a little caster of propelling magnets that go against each other. Yes, and it flows right through a vacuum. Only problem is if there's an earthquake, that's going to derail rather quickly, because it's going lightning fast. 3,000 miles an hour they're projecting. Yeah, but I don't think we're going to have to worry about that in our lifetime, or maybe 20 years from now, possibly. But if you're using a Hyperloop technology, you're on to the best possibilities. You're talking about lubricating things up, absolutely, like the hydrophobic material we talk about. Yeah, we've got a lot of ideas to help the country. Obviously, there have been innovations in the idea of creating a maglev, but the one maglev that we have down in proposed maglev in California, it's still years away from being built, and it's going to be, they estimate, over $15 billion. Whereas our original proposal, which we came up with a few years ago, was to use solar power and wind power as a way of harvesting energy to pay for the rail from point B to point C. Basically, we make one rail 2 miles long. We use it for transport in cities like Downey to LA or Downey to Long Beach. Okay, that's a high-speed rail. That generates electricity from wind power stations and solar panel alignment, all facing south. We use the energy it creates to the grid to finance the next line from Downey to LA. And then you've got Long Beach to LA. You got it covered. So we start there, and it will help more people faster than any other line in the history of technologies, because we've got the most concentrated area in Los Angeles to work with. Thank you, but that's nice. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I heard that the U.S. has authorized 100,000 troops into North Korea. Thanks, Potato Girl. Trump is already setting up a plan to invade North Korea in his mind. So he's already deployed a contingency of people to study the attack formation. He sent 3 nuclear-armed B-52s into South Korea in anticipation of dealing with North Korea. I don't think that we need to worry as much as Trump is concerned at this point. And having not made any effort to contact Kim Jong-un, like Barack Obama didn't contact Kim Jong-un, I think it's posing a problem for some sort of a solution. I would agree with China, and I think China actually said what I said for 5 years. They recently told Trump that we should not have war games at the border with North Korea. It would be a great show of good faith toward Kim Jong-un and open a dialogue. That's the smart thing to do. That was my idea 5 years ago. China just said that. So, ironically, that's not something Trump is going to do. He's not going to in any way try to work out an open communication, which is perhaps the only way we're going to appease their anger, as well as our potential volatility with this country. We could be heading toward a nuclear conflict with North Korea. No question about it. 100,000 troops isn't going to send the right message. He already thinks we're going to try to invade his country. I was going to do the opposite. I was going to actually tell him that we're never going to invade his country, and we're going to stop war games with South Koreans, retaining our position, though, in South Korea. Maybe even fortifying it. But in no way would we present with a ground attack. Trump's doing the opposite. It's going to trigger a xenophobic response. We already have profiled Kim Jong-un as a person suffering from some sort of an insecurity issue, which doesn't play out well for a potential conflict. Almost a nuclear conflict would be the worst case scenario, but definitely a conflict. So I think we should avoid that in open communication. Start talking to him. We just need to, without communication, this is ridiculous. China has no backdoor into their relations with Korea. Even the president of China, President Xi, has not actually spoken, ever, to Kim Jong-un. Ever. That's to the best of my knowledge that I've researched. Sure, the ideas that he stole from me are very, very viable, all of them. That means that my ideas move on, even though Trump couldn't deploy them. We are looking at a deceptive person in the form of Trump. And if you haven't figured that out, and you're still one of those Trump guys who says, well, just give him time. Well, you're probably like the Obama people that still think that Obama could have done something in 4 more years. I mean, realize that you've reached your limits because you don't understand these people are corrupt. They're not going to do anything for you. Well, I'm talking about a backdoor to China or North Korea. I don't think we're going to be able to get any kind of communications going with Trump grandstanding. So I don't think it's healthy. I think it's a mistake. And plus, Trump's already sent troops, 1,500 Marines into Syria, which could trigger conflict with Russia. Because Russia's on the other side of an area that we're trying to attack ISIS. And this story about ISIS is just a ruse. Trump and Russia both know that ISIS is make-believe. It's an organization that was created to justify our presence in Syria. I think Rodman is, frankly, I think Donald Trump should contact Rodman and give him authority to go over and talk to Kim Jong-un. Seriously. I know that sounds a little weird, but it's probably your best move. Check this out. Jared Kushner's office is 666 Fifth Avenue. Are you serious? And you claiming he's the Antichrist? Wow. Okay. I don't know what to say. I mean, you may have something there. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh, yeah. Jared Kushner's family owned it. Ah. Oh, right. Okay, good. Good to know. The Tishman family via Tishman Realty and Construction built the 1.5 million square foot tower in 1957. Yes. Ownership and history. Oh, wow. Tishman Realty was dissolved in 1976. And Tishman Speyer Properties bought the building for $518 million in 2000, but with a real value of $790 million. Okay. In 07, Tishman Speyer, along with the German investment firm TMW, announced the sale of the building to the Kushner Properties, $2.2 billion. So they sold it, then they got it back for $2.2 billion, $1.8 billion. Okay, so he bought it for $1.8 billion, but it's worth $2.2 billion. Wow. The 666 Fifth Avenue is not among the top 100 tallest buildings in New York City, but its price is mainly because of its location on Fifth Avenue across from Rockefeller Center. Yeah, he's well-heeled, man. This guy, he's just a doorstep away from the White House, so senior advisor to Trump, and his wife, Ivanka, is now also senior advisor to Trump. You're not allowed to post any personal information here, or you will be banned. He is one of these Ashkenazis. Ivanka is too. Yeah. There aren't necessarily bloodlines to Abraham. I'm telling you, if you're Jewish and you are wondering about me talking about Jewish people, we have discovered that the Nazis are related to the Ashkenazis, like Hitler. They aren't actual blood relatives of Abraham. It explains a lot if you're Jewish. Maybe you should talk to your synagogue about this. Ask them about the Ashkenazis, because we have someone here who's Ashkenazi, David Nation. His mother is Ashkenazi. His father is Jamaican, the legendary Jamaican performer. I know, you think Jared Kushner is the Antichrist then? Do we have a common agreement here that he might be the Antichrist? We will slow down the yin-yang at this time to remove your dog from getting any seizures. Thank you. I think Jimmy Kimmel's possibly Ashkenazi. Yeah. So we're not trying to in any way segregate or in any way discriminate against Ashkenazis. We just want everyone to be on the same page that most of the people around Trump in his enterprise and in the administration are Ashkenazis. Thanks. That's all I'm trying to get across here. No biggie. We'd rather talk about Pizzagate. Yes, the Antichrist is supposed to be good-looking and handsome. And do we have Jared Kushner speaking at all? Let's pull up a audio clip of Jared Kushner speaking, because I haven't heard him speak yet. Let's listen in. CEO of Kushner Companies. Here's Jared Kushner.
Last but not least, piece of the program is our afternoon keynote speaker, Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner is the CEO of Kushner Companies, a diversified private real estate organization involved in ownership, management, development, and redevelopment.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire.
Over the last
huge vat of fire with liquid
7 years,
hot lava.
Kushner has been involved
God's
in
eternal
transactions
judgment.
totaling more than $10 billion.
And I saw demons.
More recently, Jared was involved in the largest transaction of Brooklyn in 2013, which was the acquisition of the Watchtower portfolio in Dumbo. And very recently, he completed the purchase of the Brooklyn Law portfolio. Please join me in welcoming Jared Kushner.
Here we go. Okay.
Thank you all for having me today. Sorry I'm closing up the end, so I realize you guys have been sitting through a lot of stuff, so we'll go through very, very quickly. And I also realize that there's probably not a lot I could tell you about Brooklyn since A, you're all probably here, and B, you've all been listening to this stuff all day. So I figured what I'd do is just be very, very brief and to the point, and I would kind of talk very quickly just about the big project we're doing and the time we've spent kind of looking at Brooklyn market and how what our conclusions there really are.
Oh, come on. This guy can't possibly be the Antichrist. He's too nice of a guy. Can you believe he's definitely not the Antichrist. I mean, he's like Mr. Peepers. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's the Antichrist. Unless the Antichrist pretended to be like Mr. Peepers. Yes, maybe there is something to that thought. One of our greatest minds in all of time, Aldous Huxley, made predictions about how mankind would produce something so nice and sweet that we would just eat it all up. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't have Aldous on tap right now. He has eluded me. Hey, let's take a look at Officer Choker and the kind of brutality that's going on right now in our cities.
Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Jaywalking, stop right there! What? Stop right there! Stop! Well, no! Stop! No, get down! Get down right now! Get down on the ground! You're resisting arrest! No, cooperate! Cooperate! You know jaywalking is against the law! It's a federal offense! What are you doing? Don't you move! Don't you touch me! I'm gonna back up! This is Officer Shooter responding to a request for backup. What seems to be the problem here? This man was jaywalking! Alright, stand back, let me handle this. Son, put your hands up right now. Son, I'm asking you to put your hands up. Son, if you do not put your hands up, I'll be forced to use this firearm to dispose of your threat. Son, are you listening to me? Don't you play dumb, son. He's reaching for... Alright, you asked for it, motherfucker!
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's awful propaganda. To think that cops would ever hurt anybody. Yeah, we wouldn't want to talk about killed by police.net, would we? Shall we go to the next to the last person that was just blown away by cops? Okay. Yeah, we're going to take you to killed by police.net 2017. All these people have been killed by cops who, I don't know, this one person, the top person who just died, Christopher Pizzachetti, he did get into a kind of a hassle. He did knock into a couple cop cars making an escape in his vehicle. We found that out. But here's Craig French. Let's take a look at his life. He just got snuffed out, Craig did. Yeah, let's take a look at what we got here with his life getting taken. Yep. Here's WJHG.com. Pedestrian killed in an accident involving Panama City police. So he's a pedestrian. For some reason, that's not popping up. Yeah, he was killed involved in a Panama City police chase. Okay. Anyway. I'm just showing people. People are dying left and right in America. Cops are killing them. This cop was killed by cops while off duty. Thank you. Hamilton County Corrections deputy killed in Chattanooga. Officer involved shooting. Authorities have identified a Hamilton County Sheriff's Office employee shot and killed by Chattanooga police in an overnight shooting. As 26-year-old Daniel Hendricks. According to preliminary information from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the incident took place about 1:30 a.m. Wednesday at a home in the 300 block of Shawnee Trail. Authorities say Hendricks was celebrating his birthday off-duty with two female friends, both off-duty Chattanooga Police Department officers. For reasons still under investigation, Hendricks appears to have changed his demeanor, become agitated, armed himself with a personal firearm, and threatened the two women, who later managed to flee the home during the exchange. Okay. One of the women called 911. Two Chattanooga police officers responded to the scene and located Hendricks still armed in the backyard of the home. Witnesses reported the officer gave verbal commands for Hendricks to drop his weapon, but he did not comply. The situation escalated and resulted in one of the two responding officers firing his service weapon at least 4 times, striking Hendricks, who later died at a hospital. Yep, cops killing cops. It's happening. Trigger-happy cops. You know, people can shoot to maim, but no, there's been no leadership or guidance here. The shoot to maim policy has never been put out there by anybody. Yeah, I don't think people need to get their bodies ripped apart. You could shoot their leg. You could actually hit an artery. It could kill them, but it may not kill them. Most likely it won't kill them. If they bind the wound with a tourniquet, that person can survive a day. But they definitely need surgery. Otherwise, gangrene can set in. You folks, you didn't live through the Civil War, so you don't know what I'm talking about. Of course, neither did I. Well, maybe suits are better than people dying. Maybe if you grew any type of a level of empathy in your sociopathic mentality, you'd understand that. I'd say 2 bullet wounds to the lower extremities would be a maim policy. Shoot each leg, basically. Even if you shot their, groin area, you wouldn't necessarily kill them. Bless you. Sarah sneezed. I've fired many real guns, yeah. I'm fully trained with almost every weapon on Earth. I would take a bullet if I didn't wear my vest all the time. Yeah. Let me show you something. It'll blow your mind. Yeah. We're talking hardcore weaponry. The kind that only the military can get their hands on. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. This is a Samsara gun. Yeah, apparently they're showing you how easy it is to get these guns. Somebody's doxing you? Who's doxing you? These people get these weapons and they're able to use them to defend themselves and their family. Yeah. Okay, moving on. A 91-year-old? Oh, yeah. Well, that's not unusual. You know, about 4 years ago, a 107-year-old man in Houston, Texas, black man, was just standing his ground saying, "You can't take me to a mental hospital." And they killed him in his house. He had a shotgun. If any of you stand there at your door thinking you can do an open carry in your state and hold there with your holstered weapon and the cops come to the door, your chances of dying are about 100%. Cops will tell you to get your hand away from your weapon. You'll be immediately forced to lay down. If you don't, you stand there and go, "You can't do that. Where's your warrant?" You'll be dead in about 5 minutes or less. Elderly man fatally shot by police in Lawrence County standoff. After the man confronted officers with a firearm from the front door of his home in Lawrence County. There you go. Anytime you go up to a door with a firearm, you probably get killed. He was killed in a more than an hour standoff in the rural area outside Newcastle. Police said the incident began to unfold around 6:30 when the Union Township Police went to Mr. Ratney's home after a woman called 911 to report that Mr. Ratney, her uncle, had shot at her. So he was going ballistic with the weapon before they even got there. Do you have footage? I don't. No, there's no footage there. There's no footage there, man. What you think we got a video sting going here, man? We don't got no stinking footage. Guess what Hillary covered up at the State Department? This is probably newsworthy. Let's play that. We played this in the pre-show.
Out of Washington, some serious allegations this morning facing the State Department.
That's right. According to internal State Department memos, the agency might have called off or intervened in investigation into possibly illegal and inappropriate behavior within its ranks, allegedly to protect jobs and avoid scandals. This concerns the time that Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. We want to get right to NBC's chief White House correspondent, Chuck Todd, with the latest. Chuck, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. You know, there's an old saying in Washington that the cover-up is worse than the crime. But in this case, both parts of it are disturbing. Allegations of prostitution and pedophilia, and allegations that those crimes were somehow covered up or not looked into. So the State Department this morning is having to respond to those claims and those investigations of misconduct by State Department officials, including by an ambassador and security agents attached to then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. And the allegations are that these investigations were whitewashed, quashed altogether, and that those orders came from high up.
NBC News has obtained documents related to ongoing investigations into some disturbing allegations involving State Department personnel and at least one ambassador. A State Department memo says the ambassador, quote, routinely ditched his protective security detail in order to solicit sexual favors from both prostitutes and minor children.
Wow.
The memo also says a top State Department official directed department investigators to, quote, cease the investigation into the ambassador's conduct. It's just one of what another document describes as, quote, several examples of undue influence from top.
Well, that's it. That's all she wrote. Yeah, Hillary definitely covered stuff up when she was a Secretary of State. Yes, chemtrails are true. They're being used for weather modification, and they're slowly eroding our atmosphere. And in some cases, they're heating up the waters as well, especially in the Arctic, where we have a potential for a methane blast coming from underneath in the bottom of the ocean. If the temperatures of the ocean decrease, or rather increase 2 degrees, we may be seeing a global gas release of methane Very serious. It may cause you to cough and go, I can't breathe. Yeah. Okay, try to take me serious with these sunglasses on, because I'm getting ready to hit the slopes. In fact, they're not even scratching the surface on the pedophile ring in D.C. They're not even processing the people that are being, referenced. And then you get Alex Jones to formally apologize to the people that a lot of this Pizzagate is alleging are involved, and the investigation hasn't gone on. So we're looking at a political shift of massive proportion, and this may be the final straw that pushes it over. I mean, I talked to you earlier about all the different reasons why this country needs a political party to change the direction, bringing about change in areas like what I'm showing you on the screen. We're getting no action from our government on issues like chemtrails, fluoride in our water system, the constant drain of radiation into our ocean from Fukushima, the legalizing weed thing that's really growing in popularity, but Trump doesn't even want to embrace it, and the budget crisis that is continuing to bubble underneath the surface between the Republicans and Democrats. They can't cut the budget. And of course the war that we're seeing, yet a third war starting in Syria, and the dangers of vaccines, the dangers of unnecessary genetically modified food that have glyphosate potential to poison us. So all these things are not in any way touched on by the mainstream media or by the two-party system. So that's kind of why we're working on this plan. I have millions of fans and voters, yes, totally. Around the world, it's a huge. Thank you so much for coming in, 947. This is a big bonus for a lot of people who are getting exercise, working out constantly, preparing for the next third party and the final arrival of a new direction in American politics. I'm here for that reason. I have no other purpose in life other than watering the garden and feeding my fish. So I do this every night because I'm motivated to do this. Absolutely. Driven by principle, not by greed. Whereas Trump is driven by greed and has no principles. There's a cloud of methane emanating from your anus. Guess 6139. You have been muted. Yeah, so other than raising my landlocked fish, my koi and, hey Jeff, how you doing? I'm living the life, la vida. It's enjoyable to be retired at a young age. It really is. I'm retired. Then, yeah. Like Borat. Yeah. Yeah. Retired. I would beat Trump in a very fair election, but he doesn't know what a fair election is. He was getting help from the Russians the whole time. It turns out the Russians developed websites that attacked Hillary. It was phenomenal. I'll play that Richard. That's a real life iron suit. That was good. Okay, let's see if we have the cool tech too. We'll put it in there. Good. Yeah, that's a real wild story about Jared Kushner coming from a family that owned 666 Fifth Avenue. Yeah, that's freaky. The numerical oddity of that is just weird. We've got a documentary about the world's richest teenager coming to you tonight. A 46-minute Barcroft TV show about what it's like to be a really, really rich teenager.
In this series, I'm on a quest to find people leading some of the most extraordinary lives on the planet.
All right. That should be kind of humorous. Entertaining. Jeff can't do stories about me because he knows that his job would be over. He'd be fired. I know. Jeff Boston's been in here and he hasn't done a story on me, so I think I would take down Trump because of my general humor. He doesn't seem to have humor. He can't laugh at himself. I find that rather odd. He doesn't have a component in his being which finds himself funny. That is a very, very vulnerable place that he's put himself in. And it makes for us to be a little uncomfortable around somebody who has to be right all the time. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. This type of self-effacing quality is essential in a president. He doesn't have it. I know. I have 200 million viewers, but he stole my ideas and became president. Yeah, it's kind of a logical paradox. But hey, that's why, I get the cool glasses. I was at a convention. They gave me these cool glasses because I walked up and talked to some people about technology. Yeah. I said, so is this swag available? And they said, yeah, grab some glasses. And I even got a flashlight. See, little things like that make me happy. I don't have to have a golden spoon in my mouth all the time. Just some cheap sunglasses. Cheap sunglasses. Isn't that Eddie Money that did that? ZZ Top, thank you. That's one of their most famous songs, too. They were like at the final days of music videos. What happened to music videos, I wish we'd bring back music videos. We need a place we could just hang out and watch music videos together. I think I'm going to make a place for everybody to do that. I get more fun watching music videos in the late hours, like 1 to 2 in the morning, than I do watching Pizzagate stuff, It's just like, I would rather just watch some, really fun music. Because music evokes a different person, a different kind of a thought pattern. Rap music videos, yeah. Well, there's music videos out there. I'm not saying there isn't, but what happened to the days of music videos? I mean, it was almost like they could have done something. They could have been a contender, Well, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm starting a website. It's going to be dedicated just to cool rock. In fact, I own the website. It's called coolrock.com. And I'm going to go ahead and start working on that. I'm thinking maybe of doing a nighttime when I'm, just kicking back, just playing music. When I'm, not here, Maybe during the day, maybe afternoon or something. I don't want to play Pizzagate videos. Do you think I want to talk about sick pedophiles that are killing children and harvesting their organs? No, I don't. It's a buried classic, really. I was just going to break off right now into cheap sunglasses. Talking Heads, Love for Sale. Okay, we'll do that after that. Okay, so I'm going to sign off, everybody. We'll be playing movies tonight. We've got a bunch of things lined up for you for Freedom Friday. We would indict Donald Trump, and I'm expecting the government to do that. I'm quite shocked that they did not offer a deal to Lieutenant General Mike Flynn of immunity. Yeah, we got ZZ Top coming in just a second. I just am really shocked that Mike Flynn wasn't given a deal, and it doesn't surprise me because I predicted the FBI would be this corrupt that they wouldn't want to offer a deal. I think now's the time. If they really want to get to the bottom of this, I think they got to cut a deal with Mike Flynn. Remember, he didn't get fired. He resigned. I don't think many people realize this. The media said that Trump fired him. No. Trump said that the whole situation was fluid that day. And then Mike Flynn resigned. So Trump waited to the last minute to fire him and stood behind him. So we know that Trump's involved. He's complicit. So if we give Mike Flynn a complete absolve him of any potential criminality, we'll get the truth. And he's ready to talk. But if we don't, we're going to get the Fifth Amendment. He'll plead the Fifth and he won't talk. Yeah. All right. Either way, no. Trump didn't fire him at all. He resigned at the last minute. The media said that he fired him. No. I read the text. Trump said at the last minute it was a fluid situation, and then Flynn said he resigned. All right. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night for Anti-War Rally Saturday. Yeah. We'll be back. I'll be back. Hasta la vista, baby.